say, than a state opening a parliament than you would get in the UK, for example, because King Charles was just wearing a normal lounge suit and medals, and the Queen was just in day dress. I think it was an Anna Valentine coat from memory. Whereas, of course, in the United Kingdom, King Charles would be wearing the imperial state crown and the robes of state, and Queen Camilla would be dressed quite regally as well. So it was a far more toned down affair, but I would suggest perhaps it's still formal enough that suits and, you know, smart shoes and all the rest of it are the custom. But hey, he's no longer Prime Minister, is he, Justin Trudeau? So he's probably just let his hair down a bit.
Look, we've got to extend our sympathy to the jobless. So Cameron Walker, thanks indeed for joining us live from a sunny Ottawa.
It's a bit rude, actually, to turn up in those shoes.
But I do think, actually, I mean, the king wasn't wearing a crown because he's not allowed to take the crown out of England.
Yeah.
It's the British crown. Canada doesn't have a crown. And we saw earlier that earlier this year, King Charles has increased his personal wealth by quite a degree.
Yes, he has, yeah.
I think, wouldn't it be a great gift for King Charles personally to have a crown made in the style of a Canadian crown to give to the Canadian people that he can wear whenever he's in Canada to open the Parliament?
They should have done it this time, really.
It would have been a brilliant gift to Canadian people.
Can't wait till the next time. That's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Well, it's Good Afternoon Britain on GB News. We've got lots more coming up on today's show, so do stick with us. We'll be back in just 2 ticks.
Nigel is back.
Good evening.
Unfiltered.
Are these proposals bold enough?
Uncompromising.
Will it bring growth?
Unmissable.
We as a country are brilliant.
Nigel Farage returns this Tuesday from 7 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
When we started using ShareFile, we discovered lots of other really amazing things that build the values of the small business.
As a business owner, we have to think about how is this tool
to 4 pieces.
Well, now experts are closely monitoring its re-entry, but where it will land remains a mystery.
It's due to land in, what is it, about 40 minutes now?
Yes,
not long ago till we find out. Well, earlier we spoke to space expert Andy Land. He told us what makes this spacecraft different to the others we've seen previously.
Currently, it's over the South Pacific, so it's heading towards South America. The odds are really unlikely. The chances are it's going to crash into the ocean, to be quite honest. Other parts of this fell into the Pacific Ocean, although in the early days when it got into the wrong orbit, of course, the lower sections of it actually crashed into New Zealand and landed in a field. But no, I think you got more chance of being struck by lightning or winning the lottery than actually being hit by a piece of this material. The only interesting thing about this mission, of course, it is a Venus atmospheric entry probe, which means it's designed to survive entry through a dense atmosphere. In particular case, Venus's atmosphere is more dense than the Earth's atmosphere. It's designed to withstand fantastic temperatures, absolutely fantastic temperatures, huge pressures. So this piece will hit the ground or hit into the ocean. That's what makes this a very different creature from previous satellites which are broken up, which normally they just break up into pieces. This is designed.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on YouTube, Rumble, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And we're going to be going over the news and the financial markets, going over some entry points, some resistance levels for different assets. And you're going to learn a little bit about how to improve your health and wellness. And then whatever is breaking. But thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate the ones that are in the feed and watching. Greatly appreciate it. So we haven't opened up yet. The S&P, we're going to be opening up in about a minute or so. The futures market is predicting a positive open here. We have less than a minute or so. But please make sure that you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. So please subscribe to all those channels and make sure that you get the notifications. And again, we live stream and do premieres. So if you miss a live stream, you can always watch the premiere on the different channels, but make sure you subscribe to all the channels. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. And ask your social media to follow me. Share the links so I can grow a larger audience, so I can help people in terms of navigating through the tumultuous times in the market and also how to improve their health. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here as the markets open.
With the green on the screen opening.
Yeah, we do have green on the screen. So we'll start with the S&P 500, up about 0.1%, 8 points, 5,930. The Dow, little change, up about 28 points, 42,370. And the NASDAQ up 0.2%, 45 points, 19,244. As far as the yield space, we have the 2-year yield 3.97%. That's little change. The yield on the 10-year 4.47%. That's up about 2 basis points. As far as commodities, we have spot gold up about 0.1%, $3,307 an ounce. We go to oil, Brent crude up more than 1.5%, $65 a barrel. And the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.2% at the open. I want to check in with NVIDIA, who opens its books after the close. Its shares are up about 0.4%. That is your Bloomberg opening bell report. Paul and Tom.
Surveillance correction. I said museum of science.
All right, so let me read off the dashboard. We have a dashboard on my website and all on the live stream feed for YouTube. So the S&P 500 is trading at 5,927. VIX is trading at 19.06. Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil is trading at $61.92 a barrel. BITO, the long ETF for Bitcoin, is trading at 22.92. USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.8. Natural gas is trading at 3.696. And intraday trading has been as high as 3.8. If you've been listening to me, I said that there's been this fluctuation between 3.1 and 3.6, and it broke that 3.6 barrier intraday and then came back down at 3.69. So there's a little bit of an uptick in natural gas prices. UCO, which is a ETF to long oil, that's trading at 21.36. Gush, which is more focused on the actual oil companies and exploration, that's trading at 21.89. DRIP, which is the inverse of Gush, that's trading at 10.46. Now, what I want to talk about is the S&P 500 for the ones that have been listening to me. I've been telling you resistance levels and support levels. So the S&P 500 is trading at 5,931. There is a support level at 5,750. There's another support level, if that breaks, at 5,500. So there's going to be this trading range taking place at about 5,950 to about 5,750. The major resistance point is 6,000. I still hold that we are going to be at an all-time high on the S&P 500 in July, maybe by the end of July, but sometime in July, I suspect. There's going to be positive news coming out in tariffs and positive news coming out in terms of the tax bill. Okay, now oil. Oil is trading at 61.94. Now, what I've been noticing the few trading sessions is that there is this trading range of about in the 60 handle to about the 63 handle. And so when you see it at 60, at the 60 handle or even the very low 61 handle, then buy and then sell at the 63 handle. Now, that coincides with the trading range pre-COVID. All right, right before COVID, there was a trading range that was taking place. And it was around anywhere from like 55 to about 65, all right? But what's interesting is that if you take the 61% retracement of the low from COVID to the post-COVID oil high price, the 61% retracement is at $54. That's a major support level. So there's supposed to be news coming out with OPEC Plus increasing oil production all the way through July. That's going to press the price down a little bit, test that 60 or at 60 level. and may go below, but it's not going to stay below for very long. 54 is a very strong support level. In addition, fundamentally, there are oil wells in the United States that will need to be capped if oil prices stay below 60 for very long. So there will be production taken down, and eventually that's a negative feedback loop that leads to higher oil prices. There's another tier group where the break-even point is 55. So if it stays below 55 for very long, a lot of oil wells will have to be capped, and therefore oil prices will go up because they'll burn off the inventory and then production is down. So oil, and then the other break-even point is 50, where even more oil wells will need. So it depends on the health and the efficiency of the particular companies and the particular oil wells, depending on where the break-even points are. That's the reason why you're seeing these different levels of support. So 60, 55, and 50 are major break-even points for different companies, different wells. 54 is a major support level based on a fib sequence. It's a 61% retracement. So the chances of it going below 60 for very long is possible, but not, it won't last for very long. So it's safe to buy. But again, there are resistance levels, and those resistance levels are 65 and 68.50. So just keep that in mind with oil. Now with BITO, with Bitcoin, so Bitcoin has been going up and down, right? You know, is it ever going to, get to the 115 mark? So right now, this morning, I saw it trading at about 108. What is it trading at right now? Bitcoin's trading at 1089. So it's, hovering just below the 109 mark. So as it's having that resistance at 110, you're also seeing resistance with BITO not wanting to come up. So right now, BITO is trading at 22.96. Now, when you're trading these ETFs that are tied to Bitcoin, there is tracking error, all right? Especially when you short. But the point here is that there is a correlation, and there's a high correlation between equities and Bitcoin. So if equities go up, usually Bitcoin goes up, and therefore any ETFs that are tied to Bitcoin will go up. So today is a good day in equity. So you would think that there would be a good day for crypto, right? There's positive news coming out, and in terms of these bills with stablecoin and regulation seems to be more aligned with the usage of these cryptocurrencies. So I would think that overall there should be an increase in BITO and in Bitcoin in general going above the 110 mark. So I would say there's a resistance level at 110, but once it breaks that resistance level, I see the next target would be 115. Now, some people say, oh, it's going to go to 130, 135, 150. Yeah, it will, but you got to manage your portfolio to get there, right? So right now there's a resistance level at 110. There's not enough energy to get past it. I suspect that resistance is very similar to the 6,000 on the S&P 500. So when the S&P 500 breaks the 6,000, I think that's when you're going to start seeing crypto marching up. You're seeing Bitcoin marching up to 115. All right, so what does this mean? So we have BITO trading at 22.925, and we have a support level at 2250. So it's above it's above that support level. The next support level, if that breaks and crypto is selling off, would be 2148. The next resistance level structurally is 2442 for BITO. So that should align with that 2442 should align with maybe like 112 for Bitcoin, somewhere in there. But again, there's a tracking error, so it's a moving target. Now, let's talk about yields. There's everyone's talking about, oh my God, there's going to be bonds are going to start crashing and yields are going to go up and all this stuff, right? All right, so the 30-year yield is below 5%. It's at 4.97 right now. And the 10-year is at 4.475. So it's all stable. It's very stable right now. And the dollar index is below 100. It's at 99.86, stable. So anyone that's saying dollar weakening and the treasuries are crashing and all this stuff, it's stable. So I don't know what they're talking about. So, all right. So let's take a look at UST. UST is a ETF to be able to buy the 7 to the 10-year part of the yield curve, right? There are there are short maturities for the yield curve, and then there are long maturities like the 10-year, the 20-year, the 30-year. But you want to get the belly of the curve. You want to take a look at the belly of the curve. That way you're not too exposed to the front end of the curve and not too exposed to the back of the curve. You want that 10-year, 7 to 10. So there's an ETF that's called UST that I've been watching, and that's been trading at about 42.13, all right, per share. And the short for that ETF is PST, which is trading at 30. All right, that's trading at 23.67. All right, so what does this mean? Okay, so what you want to do, and these are leveraged ETFs. I take a look at leveraged ETFs. All right, so there's a support level at 37.60. All right, UST is trading at 42.13. So there's a support level of 37.6, and this is a low period for a time series of about 2 to 3 years. Now, the next support level would be 40. All right, so we're above the 40. So there's 2 support levels to really keep in mind. The all-time low within that a time window of about 3 years, which is 37.60, and then just above that is a 40 support level. We're above that right now because we're trading at 42.13. Now the resistance level for UST, which is this ETF for treasuries, is 45. Now, what does this UST, how does it work? It's based on the price of the bond. So just keep that in mind. If this 7 to 10-year prices go up, that means yields are going down. If prices are going down and you want to benefit from it, you want to buy the PST. If you think that bond prices are going to go up, you want to buy the UST. But it's inversely related in terms of interest on the bond. All right, when the actual yield on the bond. So if prices go up, yields go down. If prices go down, yields go up. All right, just keep that in mind. So if the Federal Reserve is going to lower rates, then you want to be exposed to an ETF that is tracking the price of the bonds. All right, so when the Fed lowers rates, the actual bonds typically will go up in price. So UST, what you would want to buy. If you think the Federal Reserve is going to hike rates, that means that the bond prices are going to go down. Yields are going to go up. You want to buy PST. Now, when the Federal Reserve lowers rates, typically the dollar index goes down, all right, because it's weakening the currency. So what happens is that it's weakening, when the Fed lowers rates, it's weakening the currency. And so you'll have, well, it really depends on why if it's in a financial crisis, that's a different dynamic. But in just the typical Federal Reserve moving rates up and down, if you move the rates lower, you're printing money. And how they print the money is that they're buying the bond They're buying bonds in the market, right? They're buying treasuries in the market. That's increasing the price of the bond or the treasury and bringing down the yield. And when they're doing that, everyone's happy because their mortgage is cheaper, right? They don't realize that by buying bonds from the market, they're putting money into the system. And when they're putting money into the system, they're increasing the money supply. When you increase the money supply, that can be inflationary. And in many cases, that would mean a weakening of the dollar. Doesn't necessarily mean that because it depends on why they are lowering the rate. But just in a typical environment, that's what would happen. So if the Federal Reserve lowers rates, you want to buy UST and you want to short the dollar. All right. So, and you can do that through different ETFs that are tied to the DXY. All right. So with that said, that gives you a little bit of an overview on how to navigate through this. We'll go over it again, and we'll take a look at some other ETFs. One more ETF is the natural gas ETF. There's the two that I'm looking at is BOIL and COLD. BOIL is the long for natural gas, and COLD is shorting. Now, the natural gas again is trading 3.67. That's higher than yesterday. Now, BOIL is the ETF that's tracking natural gas, and that's trading at 55.02. All right, 55.02. Now there's a resistance level at 64. All right, for BOIL. And there is a support level. There's a support level at 51.47 and a support level at 55.20. 55.24 is below, so it's a resistance level now. So it went below the support level. So we have with BOIL, our resistance level are 55.25 and 64, and the support level is 51.47. So this changed from yesterday because of this move in natural gas. Okay. All right. So we'll be watching it. Like I said, we're just kind of adding to the dashboard here on natural gas, how that movement. I was a little surprised that it moved so much last night or during the after hours trading. Okay. With that, let's go to Bloomberg. It looks like they're talking about Trump.
There were other pardons from the president this week. Scott Jenkins, a county sheriff in Virginia, was set to report to prison this week for accepting $75,000 in bribes. But Mr. Trump blasted the case, saying Jenkins was persecuted by the radical left. Paul Walzak, a convicted tax cheat, has been pardoned weeks after his mother attended a $1 million per head fundraiser with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Boston is pressuring Harvard and other local colleges to funnel millions more into the city's tax coffers, a push that's becoming increasingly complicated as the Trump administration intensifies its feud with the university. The colleges argue that they already provide significant benefits to the community, including scholarships, infrastructure improvements, and local programming. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with the Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Lisa.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. Jody Lurie, she had a birthday. Like she's depressed. She has to come on the show. Jody Lurie, Bloomberg Intelligence, does travel analysis. Ready, Lisa, for this? High-income males prioritizing spending on travel.
Nice.
That's what it says. I mean, men want to get on a plane, let's go.
Yep.
And women are like thinking other things like consumption or something like that.
It seems like all the kids, Barcelona's been the place to go for the last few years.
It is.
All the kids go there. I don't know why.
It's
the Paris of this generation. I don't know.
So they're saying the men want to travel more than the women.
Men want to travel. I had to
That's
buy
a
a
survey.
ticket for the middle
Does
child.
Mrs. Keene
yesterday.
agree with this statistic?
I had to buy a ticket for the middle child. The tickets are pretty reasonable. I did not feel like I was getting taken to the cleaners. Wait, I was taken to the cleaners.
You were.
The Dow up 50 points. From New York City on YouTube, Bloomberg's surveillance.
All right, while they're on commercial break, let me just reiterate on Boyle, the natural gas. So natural gas is trading at 3.68 and Boyle is trading at 55.33. So there's a lot of movement with Boyle right now. So again, we have a major resistance level at 64. And we have a support level at 51.47. And yesterday we had a support level at 55.24. And Boyle's trading above that. But it's also testing. It seems to be testing it. So that support level could break and turn into a resistance level. There's some movement going on in natural gas. Okay, with that said, please help support my work. All right, you can help support my work by sharing the links, making sure you subscribe to all the channels. You can go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you can donate. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. And by doing that, you're helping this totally free setup that I have here. All right. I am producing thousands of videos to give you my perspective on what's going on in the financial markets, what's going on with some things that may be dealing with your health, how to improve your health, how to boost up that immune system. Also, my perspective on the breaking news, what's going on internationally. I give you some very unique perspectives that most people don't give you. It's all for free. All right. All these videos that I do are for free. I don't put anything behind a paywall. I don't put anything on Substack or any of that crap. I just put it out there and it's for free. But there's a social contract. And that social contract is you listen, you share the links, you subscribe, and if you can, you purchase the products that I offer and help through donations, especially the international audience that I have. Because I don't ship internationally my products, if you'd like to help support my work, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, I use Patreon as a means for people to just help support the work. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. So please help support my work by purchasing the products and donating. Some of the products that I offer are ebooks. I have coursework on pulmonology and immunology that you can learn about. You get a lot of information, downloadable PDFs, and a multitude of videos that you can learn on your own. And that way you're reducing that power imbalance between the physician and the patient. The more you know about how your body works, the better off you are going to be when you're talking to your doctor and when you are actually trying to improve your health and wellness. So that's a great way to learn. In addition, I have a lot of different supplements that if you stack them the way I tell you to stack them, you're going to be able to target certain systems in your body. These are things that I take for my health. All right. So if you follow my protocol, my health protocol, my anti-aging protocol, you will slow down the aging process. All right. Now, the proof is in the pudding. Right. There's a lot of people that try to push some supplements and, trying to get healthy. But you can tell who's real and who's not, all right? I've been doing this for a long time. I've been taking very high doses of antioxidants since I was 16 years old. 16. I'm in my 50s, all right? And I know quite a bit about medicine, right? And how the body works. So if you just listen to me, if you just pay attention to my experience, you will get healthy. Now, there are a lot of celebrity doctors out there, like Dr. Drew and some of the others. They're like pushing, certain protocols and all this. They don't have the street cred in terms of doing this for such a long period of time. There's only about maybe 50 people in the United States that have been doing this as long as, let's put it this way. There are very few people that have been doing it as long as I have been doing it. But the point here is there are about 50 people that are ones that you really want to listen to. They're not celebrity docs. None of them are celebrity docs. All right. So just pay attention, learn from anti-aging research, longevity research, sports medicine, and just the holistic approach on health. And if you pay attention, you're going to be able to radically improve your health. And this is a great way to lower the actual cost of healthcare in the United States. The two biggest diseases that are mostly preventable in the United States that are chronic is diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Not every patient is it's, because of lifestyle. Some of it's genetic, some patients it's due to genetic issues. But the far majority of the patients out there in the United States, it's because of self-induced, because of lifestyle. So you could radically change the cost of healthcare by just improving your condition at the societal level. And everyone participates, everyone does their own part in it. But the collective, in the aggregate, that amalgamation of activity to try to improve your health, to improve your health, you're actually going to lower the cost of healthcare by having less people that are diabetic, less people that have cardiovascular disease. And then when you do screenings and you catch issues early, then you'll have better outcomes, especially for cancer. All right. So this is how you bring healthcare costs down. Not eating a bunch of carrots, not eating a bunch of kale. Don't in these foo-foo fads. But it's a holistic approach. It's not just supplementation. It's a holistic approach. But just look in the mirror and say America is unhealthy and has such high healthcare costs because of lifestyle, because of choices. And if you change those choices and change your lifestyle, you can radically change your health. You can slow down the aging process and you have more vitality. So, and then, you weather the storm from the aftershock from the 2020 crisis. So if you just listen, you'll do fine. So let's start with a great product that you can get from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, is the structural nano silver toothpaste. This structural nano silver toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce the inflammation at your gum line, improve the health of your gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're actually going to reduce the chances of problems at the vascular level or at the valvular level, especially when you're older. Now, this toothpaste has no fluoride. You know why it has no fluoride? Because fluoride makes you stupid. All right? So make sure that you filter your water and you don't have any fluoride in it. In addition, this is the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. You can't find a better toothpaste. You cannot buy a better toothpaste than what I have on my store. It doesn't exist. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste. It's going to neutralize. It's going to whiten your teeth. It's going to reduce that plaque. It's going to help with your gum lines and reduce the chances of vascular issues and valvular issues. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get a couple tubes of this toothpaste. It's a great product that will help your health. And again, you can't buy a better toothpaste. And another supplement that's very important to take if you're age 40 or older is the vitamin B complex. The vitamin B complex will help the first 4 B vitamins will help the mitochondria. And that mitochondria will improve your energy levels. And when you improve the energy levels of the cell, it has more energy to be able to perform its function. Also, vitamin B complex helps with cellular metabolism. So your energy levels are going to go up, your metabolism is going to go up, the processes of the cell and the tissues are going to perform better, and vitamin B complex has B12 in it that helps with neurons. So this is going to help with your neurons too. And you're going to start hearing in the near future from many people about how important it is to protect your neurons. And I've been saying this for a long time. It's through proper supplementation. It's through making sure you drink filtered water and you stay away from processed foods, bring down inflammation, because high inflammation can cause problems with your neuron. Chronic inflammation causes problems with neurons. Boosting up that mitochondria, getting proper sleep, proper supplementation to protect your neurons. It's really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin B complex. It's going to boost up the health of your mitochondria, increase your energy levels, improve your cellular metabolism, and protect your neurons. Very important. And you can stack this with NAD+ and ubiquinol and C60, especially as a neurostack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and improve your health. These are things that I do. And like I said, I'm in my 50s. All right. And I'm extremely fit. All right. So, and it doesn't take that much. You don't have to spend 10 hours in the gym or anything like that. You just have to apply a holistic approach. You apply a holistic approach and listen to your body, because everybody's biochemistry is slightly different. And not only that, your biochemistry changes over time. So if you just listen to your body, get data from, getting checkups from your doctor and looking at your biometrics, right? And how your blood values are, and your ultrasounds and EKGs and all this stuff, right? You pay attention, you can target certain things. Like for example, if you're getting osteopenia because you're getting older, well, you can reverse that by doing weight training, taking D3, taking K2, doing vibration exercises, creating and stimulating depositing of new bone matrix, and therefore you don't get osteoporosis. But how would you know unless you did a bone density test? And that's very important, especially for women as they get into their late 50s. So you've got to pay attention to your body and your biochemistry, and you tweak it. You can tweak these protocols, all right? But if you do it, and you do it consistently, you're actually going to get healthier. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. So with that, let's go to, I'm going to listen to what are they saying at GBN right now? I'm just curious.
A new poll shows once again Reform UK are surging, and the opponents simply cannot catch them up. It's going to get ugly. It's going to get very, very tasty, and that is all coming on today's show. Get in touch usual ways, gbnews.com/your say is the way to do it. But now it's your headlines, and here is Sam Francis.
When we started using ShareFile, we discovered lots of other really amazing things that build the values of the small.
They're talking about the Palestinians are killed. At least 4 Palestinians are killed by gunfire during distribution of aid in Gaza on Wednesday.
Some of the Palestinians, as the organization, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, announced the resumption of aid distribution. They made their way back to the distribution point and through the Murag corridor. That's a very security corridor that the Israeli military established on the ruins of hundreds of the residential buildings in the area in the past couple months, when it completely erased and bulldozed all the public facilities and the homes and established this security corridor for its stationed militaries in the area. People were shot at as they were approaching the corridor, even though they were told that 5 people were killed right at the spot, and 15 others were reported with various injuries. This underscores not only the danger, but also the lack of safety, the lack of security for an already traumatized and hungry, displaced population trying to get food in that area. And it was not only that. People have been killed and shot at, not only at this distribution point, but in other areas as they There's 2 reported killed in a Shujai.
A little bit of a delay with the
Absolutely, and that has not stopped. One would have imagined that right after the chaos that unfolded yesterday, the scale and the intensity of the attacks would come a little bit down. But in fact, what we're seeing is completely the opposite. On the contrary, rise in the attacks in the central area. More families are killed inside their temporary shelters or inside the tents they were seeking protection and shelter inside. In the city of Khan Yunis as well, particularly the eastern part of Khan Yunis. And again, it's people who refuse to leave these areas as there is no safe place for them to go to. So they're being punished for staying in their homes in the eastern part of Khan Yunis.
Okay, so before we go back to Bloomberg, I just want to answer this question from someone that was asking about BOIL. Again, BOIL is the ETF for natural gas. Cold is the short for that ETF. So natural gas is trading at 3.63. Now it was trading at 3.6 range last week, early last week, maybe a week before that. And what happened was that there was a inventory report showing that there was too much natural gas. So it started selling off and it went down to, as natural gas futures went down to 3.1. And that coincides with a low BOIL price, which was in 37 something. Now it mean reverted back, the natural gas mean reverted back about halfway to about 3.3, and it was trading in that 3.3 trading range for a while. So something must have happened in the news, and I haven't dived into it, but I wouldn't be surprised that inventories actually went down in the United States, and so the price went back up to 3.8, and that and then it came back down to 3.6, 3.64. So the point here is that it's the question that this individual had was oil could go up even though it's summer, right? So a lot of people think that it's just seasonal, but the thing is that it's a multiple dynamic here. One major variable, and they're not equally weighted, and the coefficients for those variables change over time. But one variable is seasonality. Is during the season, if you're in the summer, most likely you're not going to use as much natural gas. All right, which is true, and you would use it more in the winter. All right, but there's also the need to use natural gas to make certain types of petrochemicals and fertilizers and so for industry. So if industry starts to go up, the need to make products goes up, then it's going to need that natural gas even though it's in the summer months. So that's one variable. The question is how much of that is needed for industry because of the tariff scare. In addition, there's also because so many, when you drill for oil or you're doing fracking for liquids, there is in that well, you're going to get natural gases. And so if you start capping wells because the price starts to go down for oil, then you're not going to have as much of the natural gas that's coming from these wells. And therefore, the actual inventories will start to go down. All right, so that's another dynamic, is how many wells are lowering their production, so there's less natural gas being produced as an auxiliary, even though they're more tied to oil and not so much natural gas. So there's these multiple variables here. So I suspect that it's slightly tied to a suppression of gas price, suppression of oil prices that is affecting a little bit of this inventory fluctuation in natural gas. So don't get stuck in this mindset that it's only because of the seasons why it'll go up or down. That's true. It could go up or down based on the season. In the summer, you would think that it would need less natural gas, and in the winter you would need more. But it's also how many wells are slowing their production versus how many wells are increasing their production. Because when you're drilling for oil or when you're pumping oil, there is this residual, which is natural gas. So I think that has a big dynamic. And this is the reason why I look at the oil market. It's very volatile. And because there's volatility, there's opportunity, especially if you get a pulse of the movement of the price, right? But to get the pulse, you got to watch it. You got to watch it, and eventually you get the rhythm. Once you know the rhythm, then you know how to make money. It's very similar to fishing. If you know the rhythm of the river or the rhythm of the school of fish at different times of the week or different times of the day, then you can benefit from fishing. It's the same thing. It's so hopefully that answers your question. Okay, let's go to Bloomberg here.
Update on my jeans because skinny jeans are out, Mom. And so I had to update the jeans. And so wound up getting for me and for her. So that's that broader kind of audience.
Yeah, and you know what? You hold on to those skinny jeans because you know
Because
what?
they're coming
In
back.
a couple of years, they're going to come right back. So
They
don't
are.
you worry about that.
Bell bottoms.
Bell bottom. No. There's wide leg. There's bell bottoms. Those are different.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
The jeans lesson.
Vail.
Yes,
Resorts.
Vail.
Earnings
Okay, so
yesterday.
skiing. Yes, shares have been up really as much as about 14%. It really had a tough winter. What didn't help too, they had that ski patrol strike in Park City, Utah. Yep. That really affected them. Ski visits were down 3.1%. So they needed this change in what they're doing. They're bringing back their former chief executive, Rob Katz. He's going to lead the company. He was CEO back in 2006. So he's going to replace Kirsten Lynch, who stepped down. She was there since 2021. But it's kind of like look at the trend of CEOs coming back, right? Bob Iger coming back to Disney, Starbucks reinstating Howard Schultz, back in 2022. So it's that that trend going on.
Back bowls at Vail.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking
You've been.
Yo.
But here's my thing. If you have to manufacture snow, doesn't that wind up costing money and hurting margins? Or is it?
Yeah. But out west, you don't have to do it nearly as much.
Okay.
But they'll do it in the lower, just so they can start their season earlier. They'll do it on lower elevations.
Oh,
But,
I see. I
in
got
the
it.
east, if you don't have man-made snow, you don't have snow. Out there, they get 300 inches of snow a year.
Oh, okay.
Out
So
west.
that's not a problem for
Yeah, it was a good snow year.
All right. Thanks so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Don't worry. You stick to those skinny jeans. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere that you listen. So NVIDIA's reporting. I hear it's a big deal.
I hear.
I say that, but really, is it? I mean, the options market's pricing in like a 6% move versus 8+ is usually what we
Right.
wind up getting. So maybe the market's digesting it in a little bit of a different way. Gina Martin Adams, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist, joins us now. What did we learn from, say, the hyperscalers and other big tech names that we can glean towards what we can expect from NVIDIA?
Yeah, I think what we learned is expectations were low, but NVIDIA is always last. And so that's very difficult to determine if expectations have been reset or not. But I do think expectations are still somewhat low, with the exception of some of the changes that happened with policy, which really elevated expectations specifically for NVIDIA's sales of semiconductors into the global economy. I do think the biggest thing to watch, though, is still margins. It's really about margins within tech. It's about, will these companies continue to be able to command higher levels of price in an environment where competition is escalating pretty severely globally? And can they keep those margins going forward? I think in terms of the impact on the market, it's also important, but peak NVIDIA impact was actually in the first half of 2024. So we've already seen somewhat waning impact of the stock on the broader equity market, because that was peak earnings growth, that was peak optimism, that was peak price performance as a relative to the S&P. So it's still important. I think in terms of the data and the details, everyone will be asking not only about margin, but also how NVIDIA is going to either benefit or not benefit from the Trump administration policies. So that's what we'll be looking for. But there's definitely a lot to watch here. The stock is still one of the largest in the index. It's still a very strong driver of sentiment across many, many themes in the tech space. And so I think there's a lot to absorb in tonight's release.
What's the Does anybody have any conviction out there, Gina? Because I mean, if you're a bear or you just don't feel that great about things, you say, boy, the market sold off 20% so fast. But then we retraced much of that on the way back up, and all of that in a very short period of time. To me, that would just take away any conviction I have to where we're going next year.
Yeah.
What are you hearing out there?
I think investors are grappling with a few things. I think that they can't avoid the trend. Certainly can't be caught off guard when stocks are rising. You have to be exposed. So many investors have sort of held on through the downdraft, but if they didn't, they jumped right back in. There's some frustration that the fundamentals just don't matter. And I think that that's not, you get to a point where it's just, market is kind of living under President Trump's thumb, and that's frustrating for a lot of people. So I think the investor base would certainly sympathize with your statements. I think eventually we get past the 90-day, reckon with the idea that, okay, maybe hopefully we're in some sort of more stable environment and we can kind of reassess the long-term implications of a readjusted trade order. But there still is some uncertainty out there. And I think the fundamental investor gets this. The trader is just really happy to move along with momentum.
But here's what I wonder. Have we seen what the worst case scenario is? So now we can actually price that out more meaningfully. And in the case of, say, retail, I wonder if there's actually more upside. If President Trump says, like, look, we don't want to build sneakers and T-shirts in the U.S. We want to build things like chips and factories and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
You would think that, okay, maybe there'll be different exemptions for different sectors.
Sure. I think that this is the problem, though. You had a lot of what if that happens, will that happen? If it's not certainty, and that is not investable. The what if is not investable, right? And that's, I think, what's really difficult for the fundamental trader is they can't invest in the hope that there will be a change, right? What we can invest in is real-time data changes, real-time data sort of signals. And from the market signaling effect anyway, it has gotten better from a technical perspective, but there's no net improvement in the stability of the data nor the trend of the data yet. Will we get there? Possibly. I think there's also an excessive attribution to fundamentals being driven by Trump that is frustrating.
Okay, what's interesting about what's going on with natural gas now, there's a little bit of a sell-off. So it's at 3.64 right now. And oil is now at 54. It was at 55. It's 54.22. And so it broke the support of the 55.25 barrier. And now the next support level is going to be 51.47. So we have a new resistance level at 55.25. And what the reason why is that it's going mean reverting now, because it was trading for a few trading sessions at 3.3. So it's kind of coming back down from the 3.8 to the 3.6. It's probably going to stabilize at around 3.5.
On these markets, S&P 500 down 7 points. Oh my goodness. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
And that's the problem when you do this kind of show. Everything it's very dynamic. It's a very, very dynamic situation, especially when you're looking at multiple assets here and trying to cover breaking news. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's talk about that neurostack. All right. When you get older, especially when you're age 40 or older, right? You need to start protecting your neurons. And a great way to do that is to take ubiquinol. Ubiquinol will help to soak up free radicals, boost up the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more ATP. Your cells are going to perform better. But ubiquinol, which is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get, ubiquinol will help to protect your neuron. Very important. Most people that are taking CoQ10, you're taking the wrong type. This is the most bioavailable. You can't get anything better than this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10, and it's going to help to protect your neurons. NAD+, you stack it with ubiquinol. All right, you can take it separately, but stacking it is even better. NAD+ is going to boost up your NAD plus levels, help to repair your DNA damage, and protect your neurons. So you stack these together and you're protecting your neurons, boosting up the health of your mitochondria, repairing your DNA damage. It's a great stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This also stacks well with resveratrol, C60, clarity factor. Start focusing on neural health, really important. But it's not just the supplementation. Drink filtered water. I use a zero water filtration system that you can get on Amazon. All right. And stay away from processed foods. Detoxify your body regularly. Get better blood flow. Do some cardio. Do some resistance training. Activate those neurons, your peripheral neurons. Learn new things. So you're creating this microenvironment where you're going to have better neuroplasticity. You're going to have the positive neuroplasticity where you have more dendritic connections. That means you're going to think faster. And that means that you're going to have better memory. In addition, when you have better neurons, central nervous system and peripheral, you'll be able to move better. Your kinematics will be improved. And that will be bolstered by doing cardio, resistance training, balancing exercises, and stretching. These are all activating different types of neurons. And then the cardio is helping with the better blood flow. So it's very important, holistic approach. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Sucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Right now, ahead of NVIDIA's earnings after the close of major stock averages, little change to this point. You have only 3 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 pushing higher. Healthcare and communication services, they're in the lead. The utilities, the worst performing group. S&P 500, 8 points lower. That's down about 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down just 37 points. NASDAQ 100 right now, that is down 20 points. The 30-year bond, $4.99. Today it's up 4 basis points. Among the earnings reports, Macy's posting better than expected quarterly results. They also anticipate what they call modest price increases. And shares of Macy's right now, they are little changed. The value entertainment complex in New Jersey Meadowlands plummeted by $800 million. This is a blow to municipal bondholders.
Wait, is this the one that has like that I've
it
never
has
been
the
to?
big,
Yeah.
what do you call it, Ferris wheel.
Got the indoor skiing.
Who wants a Ferris wheel in a swamp?
The thing.
But I mean, maybe that's part of the problem in New Jersey.
But this feels
Wow,
like a
look at
place I
the
would
swamp.
definitely want to go.
So municipal bondholders, they have a lot of the debt. It's backed by payments in lieu of property taxes.
You need to my second.
3.5 million square foot venue. Everybody wants to go in my immediate circle, but I refuse because Johnny don't do malls. Anyway, we checked the
But
markets.
would you go on the Ferris wheel while everyone else did
to
the
see
mall?
the swamp?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Okay.
Because I
see?
like swamps.
There we go.
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan.
Speaking of swamps, the Great Swamp National Park or State Park in New Jersey is awesome.
That is very pretty,
beautiful.
actually.
And if you catch a nice weather day, it's just water. You wouldn't expect it in New Jersey, but I've taken like 1 million Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts trips there.
But is it an actual swamp?
Yes, but it's actually very cool and easy
There's
to
a lot
get
of
around.
wildlife and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
It's
I
not
love
like,
that.
you know,
In New Jersey.
cars.
Go figure.
No, I love
used
that.
old
So maybe you
cars
would
and
go
they'll-
on the Ferris wheel. So
But that's a different
So
swamp.
don't.
Yeah, this
okay.
is this is the
sorry.
nice swamp.
I see you on Swamp, you've seen it all. All right, let's get back to the market here. Total wait and see when it comes to, say, NVIDIA earnings. Let's start there with Mira Pandit, Executive Director, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. We can take NVIDIA in stride, but I wonder what we're going to learn about the U.S. exceptionalism trade/theme once NVIDIA comes out.
It does feel like markets are getting a little bit over their head, a little bit beyond their skis here. If you think about Friday's sell-off with some of the tariff announcements of about a 0.7% relative to the reaction when things reversed out by Monday when markets were up, Tuesday when markets were up 2%, it does feel like we are overweighting the good news over the bad news. And while the high water mark for volatility from April is probably in, there are still a number of catalysts that could push markets downward. If we think about earnings at 9% expectations right now, looking pretty unrealistic. The fact that valuations are almost back to where they started the year, or the fact that we've seen to find a new home at around 4.5% on the 10-year Treasury yield, all of these things could start to weigh on markets over time.
So, Mira, one of the underpinnings of this market has to be earnings, and we saw a lot of companies pull their earnings guidance, and earnings have come down. I guess the question is, have they come down enough? Do you still think there's earnings risk in this market?
If we're going to see potentially slow growth this year, recession is no longer our base case, but even slow growth, it's going to be very difficult to achieve what some of the analysts expect in terms of profit growth. So it is still a risk. And although we had an incredibly robust first quarter where we had essentially 7 percentage points higher on year-over-year growth than we would have expected coming into earnings season, that is reflective of the situation we were in, not the situation we may be in. And when we think about tariffs in particular, although the tariff rate has potentially come down quite a bit, we're not out of the woods, and it's still going to be a lot higher than it was last year. So that means domestically and from foreign sources, revenue could slow. And when we think about margins, someone's going to pay for those higher prices. Partially, it could be the consumer. Partially, it could be companies that are therefore compressing margins. So we do have to be mindful of that. In light of tonight's earnings releases, I would also highlight prior to this final Mag 7 reporting, we have seen upward earnings revisions in terms of expectations to the Mag 7 with the reporters so far, relative to downward revisions for the rest of the index. So is it going to continue to be profits, exceptionalism of the Mag 7? That is our big question for the year around profits.
Absolutely, which then also brings us to other assets in terms of, say, the long end of the bond market and the dollar as well. What are we going to learn about those assets after the NVIDIA earnings?
It looks like from a treasury market perspective, and when we think about rates, we've somewhat found this resistance level at 4.5% on the 10-year and perhaps around 5% further out on the curve. Even though the risks are still skewed to the upside when it comes to yields, we have less of that downside pressure from potential slowing growth.
And I'll tell you, natural gas is now looking like it might break 3.6 and go below. Oil is now trading at 53.39. Again, major resistant level at 64 for oil. And now the resistance level is 55.25. Support level is 51.47. But it is surprising how fast that natural gas is dropping since the intraday trading in the morning and last night at about 3.8.
Builds we've seen so far this year, most areas of the bond market, with the exception of areas like the 30-year or municipals, are actually positive this year. So we tend to lose sight of that.
Are you taking credit risk in this market, Mira?
Credit risk is actually not a bad place to be because you are getting good yield in credit, but you're also sort of recession-proofing a little bit. I mean, if we don't have a recession and we just have slow growth, you are going to be able to get access to company balance sheets, to company profits, without taking on that same risk of the equity market. Of course, if we do head to recession, we could start to see a little bit more choppiness there. But overall, right now, it seems like a nice balance between equity market risk, but being overly conservative in the bond market because you're getting that income and that access to the health thus far of companies.
All right, Mira, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Mira Pandit, Executive Director, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan. asset management. Let's turn to the auto business. Stellantis was in the news today. Looks like they're getting a new CEO. The guy who's running the Americas is going to go over and run the whole shebang here. Steve Mann joins us here. He's a Bloomberg Intelligence Global Autos analyst. We never talk about Stellantis. Can you remind us who Stellantis is?
Well, Stellantis is an amalgamation of a number of brands, European and US, but mostly best known for owning Jeep and Ram trucks.
The old Chrysler.
Old Chrysler, that's right.
And Fiat, right?
Fiat, that's it.
Okay, and that's kind of and they came up with Stellantis. Okay, they got a new CEO.
Yeah.
What happened to the old CEO, and what do we know about the new guy?
Well, the old CEO resigned.
Okay.
Part of it is because, earnings were pretty bad. And it may not be 100% his fault. The auto market was weakening. So we have a new CEO. Based on what we're seeing with the stock price, I don't think the market is too thrilled about it. He does have a lot of experience in the auto industry. He's been with Stellantis since 1999. So it's been a while. Like you said, the last stint he was at was in managing the North American business for a few months. And prior to that, he was at Jeep. But, it took a number of months for them to identify someone new. But I think the market is just pretty surprised that they went with somebody internal and not somebody external.
So what do we learn about that? Because so many of the problems that are hitting car makers are in some ways completely out of their control.
Yes.
In terms of trade, supply chains, sort of the war on EVs here in the US, right? So do we learn that we don't think it's very fixable, so we're not going to worry about someone from the outside? Or is it look, the US is in turmoil, we need someone who knows that market? What do we learn?
So there's, they do have issues that's not in their control, but there's a lot of issues that they are in control. So, quality is an issue. I think a lot of American buyers thinks Jeep has kind of fallen off in the quality side. And interestingly, the new CEO, Antonio, actually managed Jeep for about 2 years. So, I think, an investor will take that as probably a negative. And then the other issues is morale. Over the past few years, sales have been weakening. They've been closing a lot of plants as a result. Dealers are not very happy with some pricing issues since COVID. So there's a lot of issues that, the new CEO will have to kind of address, and hopefully he can turn that around.
All right, so for the big three U.S. automakers in general, what is the consensus on tariffs and how much it will impact their business?
Well, interestingly, Trump has been giving a lot of reprieves and reliefs to various countries and regions and certain sector. He hasn't really done much for the auto industry. There was some relief, a 2-year relief, but I think he's going full ahead with these auto tariffs. And a lot of companies still don't know how big the impact is. GM actually announced they're going to be a 4 to 5 billion impact this year.
Wow.
Toyota said, over between May and March and April, the impact was 1.3 to 1.5 billion. So given these numbers, it's going to be huge.
What about EVs? Is it possible that EVs in the US go the way that EVs went 100 years ago?
It could. It could.
That's not immaterial anymore.
I think, there's a number of issues that's facing the EV market. Infrastructure is a big one. It's just not as convenient as people would like it to be. The other thing is the cost. I still think that, EV has a place in the marketplace. It's not going to be 50% market share by 2030. We think it's more like half of that, 20 to 25%. And then look, there is a risk to a lower number because of the tariffs and affordability. Some of these EVs are actually made in Mexico. So if you slap on tariffs, that makes it less affordable for consumers.
It's just amazing how fast that part of the industry has turned around.
It turned negative. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Just went from we're going this direction, the pace is TBD, and now it's will this actually survive? All right, great to see you, Steve. Thanks very much. Steve Mann, Bloomberg Intelligence, Global Autos Industrials Research Manager. On the flip side, though, it's all about hybrids now, and like all the new cars coming out and the new innovation is going to the hybrid kind of model.
Yeah, I mean, we leased a hybrid for the Offspring, primarily because he spends his time in California. Gas prices are really high there.
It could get worse.
And it could get worse. So it made sense for us. But there wasn't a premium on it to speak of versus the internal combustion. So I said, okay, they convinced me.
Right, because the hybrid form.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to just be just in that.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. These are supplements that I take on a daily basis to improve my health. And when you target certain systems, you're going to improve your cardiovascular system and your immune system and many other different systems. So let's talk about a great supplement that's going to help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals. And that's the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a high-density protein. You get a big scooper. This is a month's supply. You take a half a scoop or a full scoop, mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or applesauce. You can put it in just filtered water or milk or even a smoothie, but take it once a day. And this is going to detoxify your body on a daily basis, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So when you soak up free radicals, you're reducing the stress in the cell and you're improving your mitochondrial health. And you are reducing plaque formation with your vascular system. By bringing down inflammation, you're reducing plaque formation at the vascular level. You're helping to reduce arthritic issues and boosting up your immune system. And also your brain function, because chronic inflammation at the cerebral level is very bad. So you want to bring down that inflammation. Very important. And detoxifying your body. When you're detoxifying your body, your endocrine system and your immune system is going to perform better. Your tissues are going to perform better. You'll have better metabolism. And you'll have more vitality. So take this every day. Get the heirloom barley. Take a half a scoop or a full scoop every day, preferably in the morning or in the afternoon. So please go to my store, get the heirloom barley. It's a great product that you should be taking every day. Now let's talk about a dual purpose product that you should have at home and at work at all times. And that is the structural nano silver gel. You can get it in a tube form or a quick dispenser form. Have it in your backpack, have it at home, have it at work, but it's a dual purpose product. You can use it as an aftershave to help soothe your skin after shaving. You can use it as a daily skincare. You put it on your skin every day and it'll help to heal and help to clear the skin and rejuvenate the skin. Also, you can use it if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well. Put it on your hands, put it around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. They'll stay active for 5.5 hours. You can't do that with Perel. This will heal your skin. Perel damages your skin. So please take my advice. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, use this. Also, allergies, guess what? You lightly coat your nostrils with this. It'll help with that, with reducing the drainage that you may be having from allergies or soreness in the nasal cavity. In addition, if you're living in an area where there's poor air quality, especially in New York or in California, or you're in an environment where there maybe there are wildfires, to be able to collect some of the particulate matter that's in the air that you may not be able to see, but you can kind of smell it and you can breathe it in. The best thing to do is to lightly coat your nostrils with the structural nanosilver. It'll catch it. All right. And also couple that with the lozenges and you're reducing that irritation in the throat. That's what I did during the fires that were taking place in New Jersey that were coming over into New York. a few weeks ago. It happened at night. I was having this like irritation in my throat, so I put the structural nanosilver gel lightly coated in my nostrils, and then took the lozenges and mitigated that issue. Because if you don't, what happens is in your oral pharynx, you start getting an irritation and inflammation, and then that it'll weaken that mucosal barrier and weaken that epithelial lining, and you can have problems when that happens. So you want to mitigate that. So if you have poor air quality, take the lozenges and drops and use the structural nanosilver gel, lightly coat your nostrils. So it's a dual purpose product. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. Because when you do need it and you don't have it, it's a problem. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with his Bloomberg Business Flash. Investors right now seem to be waiting on the sidelines. Volumes lower for this time of day on average. Major stock averages, little change. Not a lot of oomph here. S&P 500, 12 points lower. That's down 0.2%. The Dow down 88 points. And the NASDAQ 100 right now, 27 points lower. That's down about 0.1%. Stephanie Gould at Robinhood Financial says interest rates should be the guide for your investment choices.
You're seeing interest rates that it's very hard to get them lower and more likely to see them higher from here. So I think with that, you just want to be sure that you're investing in stocks that are not as expensive and you're really looking at valuations.
Right now, the long bond up 4 basis points, 4.99 for the 30-year. And just as we get ready to hear from NVIDIA after the close, by the way, those shares a little changed right now, down about 0.1%. DeepSeek is saying it's upgraded its R1 artificial intelligence model, which of course helped the Chinese startup gain global prominence earlier this year. And here's one for you. YouTube is now the TV service of choice for viewers of all ages.
Not even close. Not even close.
People in the U.S. spend more time watching YouTube on a TV than on a phone or computer. This according to the company. Now, not including YouTube TV, the service accounted for over 12% of TV viewing in April, more than all of Walt Disney's TV networks and streaming services combined. And that's according to Nielsen.
That's amazing.
Craig Moffat of Moffat-Nathanson and Michael Nathanson said it could be worth $700 to $900 billion if it were spun out today.
Wow. And the key demographic, over 40% of the viewers are ages 18 to 49. So that's pretty key.
For advertising.
For advertisers.
There you go. John knows his business.
That's a huge, I'm like stunned.
Somebody is actually watching you right now.
Yes.
And their kids.
No, I'm kidding. Mom doesn't know how to get on YouTube. All right, JT, thanks a lot. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. You can check us out at Bloomberg.com, YouTube. Thank you for watching. And also on Roku and all your smart TVs. Check us out on our Originals platform. Always a treat. Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research and Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst in studio. One of our favorites. Love chatting with you. And we love talking to you just like, hey, what are you watching? Because there's so many cool drugs, so many cool things that are happening in the space that can totally change the world and save lives. What's front and foremost in your mind?
Let me return the compliment first. You know I love being here. And I love talking to you guys. I love your show and everything. So
Is there
enough of the love.
He only comes here when he's got a conference to go to. He never says, oh, gee, I'm going to go to New York and see Alex.
But as we learned, the conferences are hardworking on the weekends. None of this golfing stuff that Paul does.
Golf.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what am I watching? Vaccines a little bit. Of course, we have the cancer conference coming up, but let's talk about vaccines a little bit.
Don't think so. All right. So let's just switch the video here. This is a Harvard professor rebukes Trump for overreach, looks for an opportunity for change. This is MSNBC.
measures to hurt Harvard in his escalating battle with the university. In a letter issued yesterday, the Trump administration asked all federal agencies to find ways to end their contracts with Harvard. An administration official confirmed to NBC News roughly 30 contracts totaling an estimated $100 million will be under review. Joining us now, professor at the Harvard Kennedy School and the Harvard Business School, Arthur C. Brooks. He teaches courses on leadership and happiness and also hosts the How to Build a Happy Life podcast. Arthur, good morning. Always good to see you.
Good to see you too.
We're covering some light topics in the break, like the meaning of life.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get to that in just a second. Let's talk about what's going on at Harvard. What is the feeling on campus about all that's gone on lately, but especially this recent news about the cancellation of federal contracts?
There's a lot of alarm, of course, because the collateral damage to what the administration is doing is reaching way beyond the issues of anti-Semitism. You know, labs are closing, people are being laid off, foreign students don't know if they can even enroll, and that's way beyond what anybody expected. Now, I believe we have a very good administration at Harvard right now. We have a great president, Alan Garber, and he's a sensible guy, and this is going to come to some resolution. It's not going to be the zombie apocalypse, but in the meantime, there's a lot of damage that's actually going on right now, and it's creating a lot of fear.
Has the school changed in the last year since there's been this pressure, even before the Trump administration, based on what was going on in campus last year, and now this added pressure from the Trump administration? Is it a different place now?
Yeah, it sort of is. I mean, the truth of the matter is over the last 10 years that activism has been rising and rising, and it came to a head on October 7th in 2023. And the result of that is that a lot of people saw something that they didn't like about what was going on, including a lot of people inside the university. And that is leading to change. And this is how change always happens in organizations. It builds and builds and builds until something happens, and then you get an event that leads to some sort of positive measures. And that's what we're seeing. I think things are better now than they were before. And I don't like what the administration is doing, but I trust our administration at the university, and I think that they're going to come to some sort of a resolution on this. And one way or the other, things are going to get better. Look, there was way too much activism on campuses all over the United States. The misery that was college campuses had to do with the fact that it was all activism and not enough intellectual inquiry. You go to college to have your ideas challenged, to have your mind open, to fall in love. That's what you're doing. That's what you did at Vanderbilt, right?
Did.
And that was sort of the point, and you're a happier person for it, right? That's what we need to get back to. And I think that's actually where we're going to wind up. I am very hopeful that despite the fact that things are painful right now, that there's a better future ahead of us.
Joe?
Wow. So, Arthur, I'm deeply concerned about two things can be true at once. As we always say, I'm deeply concerned about what's happening not only at Harvard, but also at other institutions of higher learning. And I will say at the same time, the reason maybe why there's not more of an uproar, and I've said this on the show for the past 5 years, every time we have parents of college students over for dinner at our house, friends of ours who have children in college, what they've been telling us for the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years is their children, nobody wants to hear this on college campuses, college administrators don't want to hear it. Their children are afraid to raise their hand and have the type of talking, the communication, the back and forth that you were just talking about. Yeah. The great thing is, when you and I were in college, you could say something extraordinarily stupid.
Right.
You could say, well, what about this? And then the college professor would explain, you would have this discussion. It would be.
See, the problem is it's
now
a combination.
people are
it's a combination of things. One is normal dialogue within the rubric of a class. And then the other issue that we're seeing on these campuses is this absolute pandemonium and disruption of the normal operations of the school. And the administration of these schools should never allow that to happen. There is nothing wrong, as long as the dialogue is tied to the rubric of the class, to have intellectual conversations and voice of different points of view. But Harvard Students for Palestine in calculus class is unacceptable. I mean, it has nothing to do with the class. And that's what was happening. And then it boiled over into the library and boiled over into the yard. And what has happened is you have all these universities, because we live in a TikTok generation, they want their 15 minutes of fame. And all of a sudden, you have a wildfire on campuses. Now, Trump is going after Harvard just because of anti-Semitism, and Harvard admits that there is these problems. Trump's going after them because this woke ideology that's starting to be the seed corn for the actual future politicians or leaders in government. And this wokeism is about eroding God, country, and family. They're promoting ultra socialism. You could even define it in some respects as communism. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable in a constitutional democracy, and it is a constitutional republic, which is what we have. And it's unacceptable in a capitalistic society. These people want to destroy capitalism. They want to destroy our Constitution, literally, quite literally, and push reparations. Is this something that most Americans want? Absolutely fucking not. And people need to push back. And there needs to be a conservative pushback, or at least a centrist pushback against this woke ideology. And this is what's happening with the Trump administration. The Trump administration is not just going after the anti-Semitism. That's actually a small piece of the pie here. The bigger piece of the pie is the erosion of God, country, and family. It is totally unacceptable when you have a group of students, some of them are domestic students and some of them are international students, raising a Palestinian flag in replacement of an American flag. Totally fucking unacceptable.
In their seats. That's one. Part two of it is outside of a sort of elite bubbles, you know, for 30, 40, 50 years, if you are a conservative, if you're a moderate conservative, if you went to a good college, I'm sorry, it's just the truth. People watching may not want to hear it. You don't have conservative professors, certainly not in the arts and sciences. I never had one at.
Here's the thing. There are very few faculty that are conservative or even centrist at Harvard. They're left-leaning or ultra-left-leaning. That's a major problem. Major problem. Now, in the hard sciences, in the rubric for, let's say, biology, or let's say for molecular, let's say molecular biology, or, physics or calculus or whatever, or computer engineering, why is there anything, any kind of discussion about Palestinian apartheid and genocide and all this crap? Why? I could understand it in a history class that's, tied to the Middle Eastern region, or, contemporary history or something like that. But that's not what was happening. You had students coming into different classes disrupting because they felt like it. They felt empowered, and they knew that the administration wasn't going to push back. So do we want students coming from these elite institutions? And it's not just the Ivy League or Ivy League Plus. This is happening also in the state schools. It's just that Harvard and Columbia and Yale, they get all the TV time. But you have these students that are ADHD, having a hard time being able to really sit down and have a productive conversation, even though there's differences of opinion. And what happens is they burn down the town. And there's an element of a BLM aspect to this. That's why I said that these individuals that are being shepherded through these universities, they are the seed corn for wokeism and reparations in politics. So you gotta nip it at the bud, or you're gonna have a big problem. And it's not productive. These people are not productive. Their mindset is not a productive society. And people need to push back. And that's the reason why I am so vocal about it. All right. I've gone to a lot of different universities. All right. Because I have multiple degrees. I got more degrees than a heat wave. All right. But the thing is, if conservatives don't push back, especially at these elite institutions or at the clubs or within your social network, we are going to lose our country. And our country is far more important than Harvard. God, country, and family in the Constitution. And if Harvard isn't standing up for God, country, and family, then Harvard needs to fall.
Southern state schools 40, 35 years ago. So talk about, we're deeply disturbed by what the Trump administration is doing. At the same time, is this a learning moment, as they say, for elite institutions to open up ideologically, intellectually, and not just be center left to far?
Here's the problem with the socialists, the communists, the new Mao generation. It's not the me generation, it's the Mao generation. All right? With the red book. They don't want true intellectual inquiry, because if you start questioning some of their thoughts, their premises, and you dig in like why they are the way they are, they can't support their argument. But when you do that, when you question them, when you push back the Mao generation, they'll protest, they'll burn down the town. They'll call you a right-winger. They'll say that you're a Nazi or whatever. It's amazing. It's amazing. Now, I don't know about this professor, never had him, but I suspect the way he dresses, he doesn't fall into the conservative crowd.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the whole point of this is not just to get through the crisis. The whole point is to actually see it as an opportunity for change, for growth. That's what we should all do in our lives, and every organization should do. When you have a bad crisis, when you have a big problem, you say, what's the opportunity for us to actually improve? That's how universities need.
Yeah. That's academic, right? A 2-year-old could have told you that. You don't need to be a Harvard professor to say this. What we really need is Harvard professors to actually call off the woke professors and say, you're out of control. But literally, they want to bring down the country. They want to bring down God, country, and family. And in the process, they will bring down the university. And they don't care. They don't care. This is the mindset. And if people in the United States that are centrist or conservative, if you don't wake up to this, you will be paying for reparations. Wake up. This is the long haul that they're going to. That's the end goal. And they don't care what damage they cause. In terms of property rights, in terms of constitutional freedoms, in terms of the economy, they don't care. This is the Mao generation.
And you're exactly correct. Look, I'm a conservative. I've been a political conservative my whole career.
I'm shocked at that. All right. Because I have no idea why the hell he would dress like that if he's a conservative.
Ran the American Enterprise Institute, for Pete's sake. And they've been very good to me at Harvard. They've been very open to me at Harvard. But the truth of the matter is we need more people that actually think differently than the masses. We need more people than just sort of 20-to-1 liberals to conservatives. And we need to be on top of that and see this as an opportunity to get more ideal.
I don't know. I've been following this since the whole Claudine Gates stuff. All right. And I'll tell you, this is the first time I've seen him, maybe the second time, but the first time that he's been so poignant on the need for restructuring the faculty. But where was he in 2023? Where was he in 2024? Why does he have to pop up when Harvard is going to now lose about $6 billion? That's where this is going. Maybe they'll be able to claw it back,
But this thing's going to be in they just recently, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, they just recently solved the legal issue with the Asian student. This is going to take years. And Trump's going to be in office for 3. So the thing is the university is going to lose billions of dollars, potentially. They can't make that up. They can't make it up. So here it's a case of the intelligentsia thinks they're smarter than Trump. They're more intellectual than Trump, but they're not smarter than Trump. Intellect and smarts are 2 totally different things. Where was he in 2023? When it was starting to boil up. And you had students raising a Palestinian flag above John Harvard in replacement of an American flag? With all those memory plaques in the yard of fallen soldiers that were Harvard students or Harvard alumni that fought in World War I or World War II or even the Civil War? That's a desecration of veterans, American veterans. But the Mao generation doesn't care.
Balance. Why? Not because we believe that you have to go one-to-one in fairness. None of that. We don't need affirmative action for conservatives, but because when your liberal ideas on campus are not challenged, your education is mediocre, and that's just not right.
I totally agree with him. But where the hell was he in 2023? See, this is a little bit too late. $1 short. A day late.
For X, where X equals better grades and more confidence in math.
Dad, are you trying to get me to say IXL?
But let's talk about the impact. I just want to say, can I jump in there, Lemire? And I'm so sorry for the delay here. I will say, and I said it after John Roberts' confirmation process. Afterwards, everybody said, "Oh my God, Roberts, he was so."
I have no idea what he's going to say because it's the first time I've seen the video. I'm still shocked that he's a conservative professor because he dressed like a liberal. But all right, not everybody's perfect. But the thing is Roberts was supposed to be a conservative. And I'll tell you, Roberts has been a failure on the Supreme Court on really important issues. Now let's see what he has to say. Morning, Joe. I really would like to know where his political aid is. He used to work in the House of Representatives, and then all of a sudden there was a mysterious issue that happened with one of his staffers. But I digress.
Right on his feet. How are conservatives? How did this happen? Like a conservative, and Grover Norquist said, Jonathan Lemire, that he said, because if you were a conservative at Harvard Law School, anytime you opened your mouth, you better have thought through it about 20 different times because you were going to get crushed. Whereas, and here's the important point.
You see this so often in social media, all right? Or in the clubs, all right? There's obviously these institutions have, clubs, or even at work where they hire only from certain institutions. So there's a lot of groupthink. The problem is that the Mao generation, they're so vocal that they try to drown you out. They try to drown out the actual true discussion. So like in terms of the Palestinian issue, they'll only look at it from the perspective of, let's say, the last 100 years. Well, what about the last 3,300 years? Why don't you look at that? Well, they don't want to look at the full, so what will happen, you see this on campus all the time. They'll just, these woke people, the Mao generation, they'll just keep on raising their voice and demonizing and it just drowns out. You have a conservative, for example, you have a conservative that comes to campus to talk about some topic. what happens? You have a bunch of liberal students protesting, and then there's a cancellation of the event. It happens all the time. Is that promoting free thought? Or is it promoting a one-party system, a Maoism? This is why I keep on saying these universities are promoting kids. They are kids. They act like kids, right? Even though if they're in their 20s, they act like kids, all right? They're intellectually not honest. But not only that, they're dangerous. They're dangerous because they're eroding God, country, and family. And they're not allowing for free expression of ideas in a cordial, balanced, safe presentation, not burning down the town. They don't have a right to burn down the town. They don't even have a right to protest in the yard. There's no right for a student to protest. If they want to protest, then their First Amendment right. That's not on a campus. That's not on Main Street. But what they want is a safe haven. They want to be in a protective bubble because they're kids, and kids need to be in protective bubbles.
Now we talk about why the left may be adrift and at loss. The other side of that is the intellectual laziness that occurs every time you open your mouth and they all agree with you.
Yeah.
And you're part of groupthink. So you never have to defend your ideas. So when you go out.
Yep. And you saw this with the whites that were kneeling down because of this whole Floyd crap. And this is what they want. They want you to get into groupthink. That's the Mao generation. The Mao generation wants you to groupthink, don't question, just obey, just believe. Don't have a counter argument. Don't use some dialectic. No, they don't want that. And then what they do is they'll push for rectifying the oppressor, doing all the oppressor's history, all right? And how the oppressee needs to have reparations. That's what's happening, guys and gals, all right? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous with the gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria, real gender dysphoria is rare. Some of it's psychological and some of it is actually physiological. But like in terms of karyotypes, all right? When you have disruption with the karyotype, like an XXY or an XO, right? That's rare. But when you have endocrine disruption because of the food supply, then and getting pulsed with psychological issues, then what happens is that you start increasing this gender dysphoria. All right, so that these things are happening on purpose now. But when they were happening naturally, it was a rare event. And so they're mixing stuff around now. So when someone has this gender dysphoria stuff, you got to question what's in the water, what's in your food supply, and what sort of psychological targeting is happening with that generation or that individual. And if you start finding that those nodal points or those vectors, and you get them out of the environment for that individual, they can mean revert back to their normal karyotype. All right. Now, in those issues where there's actual changes in the karyotype because of development in utero, XO, XXY, there's even XXX, there's all types of different karyotypes. All right. But those are rare. Not to the point where you'd have it all over the map, and you need to change the bathrooms and change society. So people should not ask, what's your gender? People should be asking, what's your karyotype? And if your karyotype is XX, guess what? You're a female. If you have a karyotype that's XY, guess what? You're a male. It's that simple. Forget about this word gender. So what's your karyotype?
because you can't just self-identify your karyotype. That's like, a fixed point. That's like in reality. So when you self-identify, then you can live in like this wonderland crap.
Run a campaign and you think everybody's going to agree with you, it's just the opposite. You never had to be on your toes before intellectually, and now you do, and you lose elections because of it.
Yeah, of course it's valuable to have a diverse set of viewpoints, to have your ideas challenged, tested, to not just
podcast. Arthur, good morning.
Conservatives and that in the media as well. But let's swear.
Yeah, no, that's true. Actually, it's more true down the line for opportunity for growth actually is. When you shake the box like this.
All right. So we're going to go back to Bloomberg because Morning Joe's, I'm tired of Morning Joe. All right. So right now, Harvard University, Harvard ROTC commissioning ceremony. Now, Harvard has a long history of cadets, ROTC, long history, long history of service to country. They also have a long history of not being on the right side of history too on certain subject matters. But the thing is that when you have a woke generation, the Mao generation at Harvard, demonizing God, country, and family, that's disrespecting the ROTC students. That's disrespecting commissioned officers that are getting higher education at the different schools at Harvard. So these snot-nosed brats need to wake up. Now, another problem that Trump is trying to chip away, not just the wokeism and the Maoism within the student body, it's the infiltration of the 1,000 Talent program. These conservative professors aren't bringing that up. There's a major problem. Now, there's 6,700 students. 400 students go to the college. The remainder, 6,300, are foreign nationals that are in the graduate programs, doing research of various degrees, some in the hard sciences, some not. The point here is this. I bet 20 of those students. So the far bulk of them are no problem. But I bet 20 students out of that 6,700 are infiltrators for IP and for technology. So we have an enemy within that we have to purge out. To think that the CCP is our friend, people need to wake up, because we are rapidly going towards military conflict in the Pacific.
How are you going to be a better university coming out of it? And I think that we actually will be. I'm looking forward to people thinking twice before saying, let's get rid of the people who think differently than we do, canceling people with unusual points of view.
Think about it. When Bannon, this is true. Bannon went to Harvard MBA. All right. I'm thinking in the 80s. I think he went there after he did his service in the Navy. So I think it's the late 80s when he got his MBA. Maybe it was early 90s. But either way, Bannon received an MBA from Harvard many decades ago. All right? Worked for Goldman Sachs for a little while. But when Trump won that election the first time in 2016, and there's so many Harvard students and Harvard alumni that were butthurt, all right, because Trump won, they literally petitioned the school to revoke the degree that was issued to Steve Bannon. That's the kind of students that you have. If you have someone that's going against you, if you have someone like Bannon going against Maoism, the Mao culture, they will try to galvanize and try to push the administration to do their bidding, divesting their portfolio or banning certain alumni. This is real. This is real, what's happening. And people need to wake up. And professors like him need to step up on the soapbox and say this is unacceptable. He's not saying it. He's cutting on, he's just too
delicate with it. Probably because he doesn't want to be ostracized by a faculty that's fucking crazy. So what happened was the cow, all right, decided and made an edict that no matter what the student body thinks, you can't revoke the actual degree of an alumni, of any of the alumni. But yet you have this Maoism within the alumni network and within the student body that's trying to do these kinds of things. That's groupthink. That's dangerous. That's Maoism. That's what was going on during the takeover of China by the CCP. And conservatives need to push back, and they need to push back hard.
Twice about it because exactly what's going on right now. And you know, I don't like what's happening, but maybe the result will be somewhat positive.
The buck certainly is being shaken. Let's talk about
Didn't say anything about the infiltration by China.
There's no such thing as a good morning in HR.
What the business you've made.
I mean, why didn't he say anything about the infiltration or the joint development of certain technologies within the graduate school that have dual purpose, military application? It has commercial application too, but it has definitely military application. Why the hell are we giving $1 billion to Harvard to have dual purpose graduate research that can be used for military application with the CCP? Why? And none of these professors are talking about this.
Which is such an important one of talking about happiness.
Yeah, that's what I teach at the Harvard Business School.
It's
I teach
what you teach.
Yeah,
It's
exactly
your podcast,
right.
it's everything.
Yeah, this is what he's teaching at the Harvard Business School. You know what you really need to do? You really need to teach the students at the Harvard Business School God, country, and family, and step up to the plate and make sure that you counter this Maoism.
The latest piece is why are young people everywhere so unhappy? This is published in the Atlantic. Boy, it's something that consumes.
Because they're in a Maoistic dystopia.
The thoughts of parents everywhere, families everywhere. What did you find in researching this piece?
Well, the United States in the World Happiness Index we've been falling for the last few years. I don't actually put any credence behind comparing countries in terms of happiness. I'm going to go to Finland next week, and they're really proud of us coming out #1 on these types of things. But the truth is, people in different countries answer happiness questions in different ways. So you can't really compare countries.
Now think about this. All right. I've mentioned this multiple times. Harvard annually produces about 10,000 peer review articles. And some of that grant money, that $1 billion grant money, goes to different research, not just cancer research, not just for HMS, not just for physics, but also surveys on happiness. Now, him being a conservative that dresses like a liberal. Wait a minute here. Do we really need that? Do we really need that right now? Or maybe we should tighten the belt and not worry about these kinds of foo-foo researches. But it's a Harvard Business School. It's a Harvard Business School. So we got to do this foo-foo research. Really? Really? Do we really need to do that right now when we have $36 trillion in debt?
But you can compare countries over time. The United States has not been going in the right direction. Happiness has been falling. Almost all of the decline in happiness in the United States is coming because people under 30 are miserable. I mean, not entirely. There are people listening to us under 30 who are pretty happy. That's great. But the truth of the matter is that all of the trends are in the wrong direction for young adults today. That's what I'm studying right now. That's my big area of research. There's a lot of explanations for this. You know, the baby boomers wrecked the world.
And your tax-paying dollars are paying for it.
That's one, or that young people are too entitled. That's all nonsense. Those are not good explanations. The best explanation that I can possibly find for this is that happiness is declining because people under 30 are unable to answer the question, what is the meaning of my life? Which sounds like the biggest, most philosophical question in the world. But it turns out that neurobiologically, we answer questions of meaning when we do certain things that young adults have stopped doing, like falling in love, like worshiping in your faith, like actually finding a calling in your work.
God, country, and family. And when you erode those pillars, which I've been saying since October 7th, when you have a society eroding those pillars, especially in institutions like higher learning, you have a society in the decline. So don't be surprised that you have unhappy students. Don't be surprised you have an unhappy population. Don't be surprised you have an unproductive population. And don't be surprised that you lose the Pacific War because you got a bunch of people that are woke. Now, my grandfather fought in World War II in the Pacific as a CB, all right? There wasn't anything that he couldn't kill. There wasn't anything that he couldn't build. And there wasn't anything that he couldn't destroy. Now, these people in the Navy back in the World War II were super badass, all right? You don't have anyone now in this generation, the new generation, this Gen Z, that comes anywhere close to my grandfather. Nobody. You got to bring back God, country, and family. Or we're going to actually lose our hegemonic power that my grandfather and many other grandfathers fought for in the Pacific.
Like being out in nature and getting beauty, like understanding that your suffering is a sacred thing and not something to eliminate. Those are the complex parts of life that will find meaning. And that's what we've been wiping out.
Arthur, how much of this has to do with the phone? How much of it is social media? How much of it is kids?
It's a combination of everything that's pulsing psychologically and making you have ADHD. It's in the food, it's in the water, and it's in the technology. These screens, these kids that are on these phones all the time, it's literally making your IQ lower. But it's easy to take control of you. In the Mao generation, groupthink, demonize, and then the ones that are above it, the puppet masters, can control the society. And that's exactly how the CCP works. When it comes to Miss Taiwan and her assessment of what's going on in the United States and this CCP takeover through wokeism, she's 100% right. She's 100% right on this. And most Americans are just so focused on the bread and circus. People are more focused on Epstein, the Epstein files and the Epstein list, or P. Diddy's trial, than actually the takeover of the CCP and infiltrating our students, the seed corn of society. Everybody's more focused on the Epstein list. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? Does P. Diddy really matter? Or does taking out Maoism out of our universities so we can have God, country, and family again and have a healthy and a strong and a prosperous nation?
Being lost and thinking this is meaning in the phone, the thing I'm occupying myself with all day.
A lot of it is the phone. The phone is not the cause, it's a self-soothing device. So when people can't find meaning, they self-soothe with the devices.
That's a dopamine response, that's all it is.
Into a doom loop. And in the doom loop, things actually get worse. It's kind of like alcohol. When you're bored and lonely, you drink more. When you drink more, you get more bored and more lonely, and then you drink more, and down you go. That's the role that technology is playing in this problem.
Well, I mean, you look also, Arthur, you look at the fact that, again, you know, you could be driving with not only kids, you're going to be driving with anybody. You can be driving through the most extraordinary landscape anywhere with the most stunning sunset and you have to tell other people in the car, hey, look up. Look, that's something you're not going to see again. So we talk about phones, but also let's talk about faith as well. We've heard for some time that younger men are falling further and further behind in so many categories. And yet I saw last week that actually
That's exactly what Maoism does. Maoism does. That's how you destroy the society.
Men are actually leading sort of the movement back to church. The pews in Western countries emptying over the past generation. Now it may be, and I think this is a sign of hope from my worldview, that younger men may be going back into church, filling.
I don't know. I'm not really sure if that's true or not. I'm not sure. I don't know. I would be suspicious to say yes to that. I don't know.
Those pews, and not only pursuing their faith, but something that I saw growing up in a Baptist church, also rounding off the sharp edges, the wacko conspiracy theories. I'm just saying, talking about my experience. You know, you're around 30, 40 people in Sunday school. You say, hey, I heard that such and such, it's the socialization, people not being alone. Talk about the importance of that for happiness.
It's incredibly important. And my column on Thursday in the Atlantic is a happiness agenda for Pope Leo XIII.
And then they cut off. All right. Well, this is a topic that is, unfortunately, I keep on hearing static, driving me nuts. So, this topic is frustrating because when you've lived a long enough life, you start to realize where some of the newer generation is going wrong and how it can hurt the society. And it may take 50 or 100 years to recover. Or it could be the actual destruction of the country. But these students, I'm telling you, these woke students, you got to push back. You got to use conservatism, and you got to have a foundation. And that foundation is God, country, and family. All right. With that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I apologize for the monologue. So clarity factor will get rid of that brain fog. And also, it's going to help you consolidate memory. It's going to help support that memory, get those neurons firing. You're going to have that positive neuroplasticity. You'll think faster. You'll be able to concentrate longer. This is great for work, great for school. And also, even if you're retired, just to focus on those tasks, improve your neural health and to be able to concentrate. So please go to my store and get the clarity factor. This stacks well with C60, ubiquinol, NAD+, but it's something that you should be taking every day. And it really doesn't matter what your age is. All right. So if you're a high school student, or if you're a college student, or even an adult, or even retired, you should be taking clarity factor. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. I also have structural nano silver soaps. These are very high quality soaps, help support the work that I do. Where else are you going to get, unfettered opinions about Maoism? But please go to my store, get these great structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, peppermint, and also lavender. But get a few bars for your household. They're very high quality soaps, structural nano silver. I use these soaps. So please go to my store, help support the work, and help support your health and wellness. All right, with that said, let's go to Bloomberg.
QI Research joins us here in our studio. Are Fed minutes important anymore, Danielle? Because it seems like they talk all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of nonstop. I'm counting the seconds until next Friday when we go into FOMC blackout, but then I need to get out more. I'm not really expecting any surprises from today. I think that they want to continue to broadcast this air of utter uncertainty, even though I guess the irony is that a lot of other indicators are kind of flashing to the Fed that they've really got their eye on the wrong ball right now.
What ball should they have their eye on?
Well, yesterday was kind of unusual. We had CoreLogic and FHFA monthly home prices for March very lagged, and the Fed knows that these are lagging indicators. Both print negative for the month for the first time since June of 2022. And we're seeing that shelter component, which is the largest input to inflation, really start to come down hard as multifamily supply continues to flood the market. So both on the rental and on the home price side of shelter, the Fed is really going to have to start contending with disinflation. The 2019 FOMC minutes, in fact, found that the drag on the labor market and the drag on GDP growth was more than overwhelmed any inflationary impulse from the tariffs. They released those transcripts just a few months ago. So the Fed's got all kinds of other issues to contend with. At BCYGO on the Bloomberg terminal, we're up to 21 large bankruptcies. We've had 3 multi-billion bankruptcies filed just today in the United States. To give you an idea of what 21 looks like for the month, August 2023 was the absolute peak for the cycle. So it looks like we're going to cruise right past that. We saw on Bloomberg News last night that At Home is getting ready to file, a big retailer. Wolfspeed's also right there in the queue to file as well. So the Fed's got some other issues I think it needs to be focused on right now.
Look at that, like the knock against the Fed, which you have educated us on, and others like Cam Harvey at Duke, is sometimes they don't look at the right data.
Well, that's true. That's very true. But when it comes to, trust me when I say, after almost a decade inside the Fed, long lagging indicators that start to move owner's equivalent rent, and when you see a double negative print, those are the kind of things that really get the attention of the PhDs. They're like, oh wow, that took a long time to show up in the data, but it doesn't turn for a very long time either. And these are seasonally adjusted, very, very long series that, yes, the Fed does pay attention to.
So when we have the narrative of when the hard data catches up to the soft data, blah, 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 is that narrative like, is that the right narrative, or have we already seen it start to catch up in different ways?
I mean, the good news is, if the Fed is going to be discussing this, is that the hard data has caught up.
Natural gas now broke 3.6, so it's going back down to the 3.5 handle. And there's a major drop in natural gas today. Oil is now trading at 52.31. Support level is at 51.47 right now.
Harder, and it indicates that recession likely began in 2024's first quarter. Again, this is as hard as the Bureau of Labor Statistics data get. There'll be special presentations at the upcoming FOMC just based on the depth of these revisions, which really haven't been this material, if you will, since 2008.
Wow. So I guess June, don't expect anything from the Fed. How about September?
Maybe September. I mean, I think my point of walking through this litany of not soft survey data, but hard data, is that if the Fed is intent on ignoring data that are very familiar to them, this is not University of Michigan, this is not Conference Board, this is Bureau of Labor Statistics hard data. If they're intent to look past that, the quarterly census of employment and wages comes out for the fourth quarter of 2024 on June the 4th. Of course, we've got another non-farm payrolls report that arrives as well. If they're just going to keep looking past this, that means that they don't want to move and that they're going to have their own reasons and fall back on them to say, we're not doing anything until September the 17th.
Could they be good reasons, or do you think that's just passing the buck?
I don't think they're good reasons at this point, not from what we're hearing from the St. Louis Fed, that households in the top 10% of zip codes are seeing their credit card delinquencies deteriorate at a much faster pace than lower income. Torsten Slok put a good chart out yesterday morning that showed that white collar, the highest income cohort, is right now the fastest growing area of those claiming unemployment benefits. You know, you've got continuing claims stuck at 1.9 million. Again, I think right now Fed policymakers want to sit on their hands.
Yep. So Danielle, you're based in Dallas, 9 years at the Dallas Fed.
Yes.
Has the DFW Metroplex ever been in better economic shape than it is today? It seems like every company's moving there.
It is a bubble. There is a tremendous amount of corporate relocation going on there. We've got skyscrapers left and right. The Texas Stock Exchange is going to be opening up. That's pretty exciting for everybody in finance. There, of course, JP Morgan. Many of the biggest U.S. banks have more employees in the finance field in the city of Dallas than they do in New York City.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, Goldman's about to open up.
Goldman's corporate campus there is enormous.
I've heard it's just amazing.
But it was interesting when you see that the 11th district where I worked for again nearly a decade. That's 10% of U.S. consumption. Wow! When you see that amazing. Services data hit at 10:30 Eastern this morning and show that revenues have turned negative. You got an identical printout of Richmond Fed Services. Again, revenues negative. It's a big deal to see in my city, in the bubble, in the most really captured city in America, that we're seeing so many small retailers go out of business.
All right, Danielle, thank you so much. Danielle DiMartino Booth, CEO, Chief Strategist at QI Research, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, trying to get a sense of what's going on.
All right, so we have the S&P 500 at 5,904. So it's having a little bit of a problem. The intraday trading was as high as 5,939. VIX is climbing up a little bit. It's at 19.34. The Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil is trading at $62 a barrel, about 3 cents. BITO is on the decline a little bit today. That's at 22.60. That ties into Bitcoin at trading at about 107. So Bitcoin is going down. I'm a little surprised at that because I was expecting after that conference from Trump that Bitcoin would go above 110. So that kind of surprises me. Natural gas is trading at 3.58. I'm a little bit surprised today on the precipitous drop from 3.8 in the after hours trading all the way down to 3.5. So that ties into oil is trading at now 52.42, support levels at 51.47. So there's definitely a sell-off in natural gas. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.96. I'd like to see it above the 145 mark. So equities, they're now down about 18 points. But in the early part of the session, it was actually positive. So I think this is just markets with a little bit of a fluctuation because of the Fed news that will be coming out. All right. While we're waiting for the commercial break, I'd like to talk about a stack here that would be important for you. Foundational stacks are really important, like multivitamins and probiotics. So make sure you have within your stack a foundational piece, which is a probiotic and a multivitamin. I have two types of probiotics, a VeggieCap version and a powdered version. I take the powdered version because I also take a lot of different powders for lunch. I take the collagen and the lignans and the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley and the probiotic here. So it's just easier. So some people will take supplements. Some of them are in capsules or tablets or even powders. So it just depends on how you're taking it. But taking a probiotic is really important. So take this powdered version, which is the one I take usually, or the VeggieCap version. Both are very high quality. And with a good gut biome, you're going to have better metabolism. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to bring down inflammation at the gut level. That's important. It's going to help your immune system at the gut level. And you're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. When you have a better gut biome, you'll think clearer, you'll sleep better, you'll be less irritable, your metabolism will be better, your liver will process better. Also, with a good gut biome, your stools will be more consistent and your skin will be will be better. It will improve. A lot of people don't realize that a poor gut biome could manifest itself with poor skin health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the probiotics that I have, use them as a foundational part of the protocol, and build off of it. Add other things to that, such as magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc is a great supplement to boost up that immune system and also to help with your brain function. Magnesium is very important for brain health. And I've been in the last few shows talking about how to improve brain health. Also, magnesium and zinc is going to boost up that immune system. Take it every day. Drink it with filtered water. So take the magnesium and zinc, take the probiotics, and add that to your stack. Very powerful. All right. Not only that, magnesium will also increase the efficacy of D3, vitamin D3. And you can get magnesium 3 different ways: through the magnesium and zinc from my store, through the Boomer Boost, or through the vitamin C and magnesium. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Major stock averages pushing lower right now after yesterday's rally. NVIDIA shares, they have soared 40% from an April low. The world's most valuable chip maker reports after the market close. The last of the Mag 7 stocks to do so. Wall Street estimates, they kind of vary widely on the impact of the U.S. Export restrictions on chips. Meantime, David Leibovitz at JP Morgan says investing right now involves delicate balance.
It's really about keeping one foot on either side of the line, having some exposure to risk assets to capture that upside as it materializes, but not having so much risk exposure that the market just moves you around as the headlines dictate the direction of travel.
And right now, the S&P 500, 14 points lower. That's down about 0.25%, 59.06 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 144 points lower, and that is down 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100, 12 points lower. That is down just about 0.1%, and a low volume day as we wait for those earnings after the close. Shake Shack introducing its first loyalty offerings. This includes $1 sodas for app users, discounts for customers who order a burger or a barbecue sandwich at least twice within a certain time period. Air quotes. I don't know what that means. QVC and HSN, the home shopping network, they're known for hawking everything from kitchen appliances to luggage. The company that owns them has more than $5 billion with a B dollars of debt. In the past 4 years, the stock price has fallen more than 99%. And now comes word they are huddling with advisors to evaluate their options with respect to that debt. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
Good buddy of mine used to sell stuff on QVC. She was a presenter, so she'd be hired by brands to go on there and, made a nice little living of it.
Well, it's kind of addictive for some folks at home, just watching these people. And if you're a good presenter, there's a real connection, and people will buy.
And she made good money for like 20 years.
Stuff they just don't need.
Exactly. But now you've got the interweb, and
I could see Alex on QVC and Home Shopping Network buying
hawking
the latest shoes.
Oh my God, I'd be so good.
I know. I'm telling you.
No, I mean that as a buyer, like customer.
Oh, I've done it.
I bet you have.
But only for sales.
That's where I got my Dyson. It was a really good deal.
See? You got to get the good deals.
Yeah.
John Tucker, very well. Appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live.
There's a big move in the oil right now. It's trading at 62.52. It's interesting how natural gas is driving down at 3.58, and WTI is trading at 62.52. Big jump. And if you take a look at the ETF UCO, there was a big climb. And it's trading now at 21.68. So I've been telling people that what I've been looking at is like a low 61 handle or a 60 handle for oil, buy. And then once it gets to about the high 62, 63 handle, then sell. And then play this movement that's going on with it. So I just, because of this big drop, because of this big increase, I don't know why I keep on having this static in my ear here. Because of the big jump in oil, what I did was I took profits. So I just closed out my position for one of my positions for oil. So, but that's how it's done. That's how it's done. That's what you're looking for. But right now, UCO is trading at 21.69. Because there was such a big jump, I suspect that it'll maybe go up a little bit more and then come back down by about 2 o'clock and stable. So there's like a harmonic dissipation. And then looking at it, maybe put another position in or short, depending on the movement tomorrow.
Versus prices in the future. This is an insanely weird chart. And I say that because prices right now are much higher than they are within the next year. And then everything turns around and then prices get much higher again. So it's like this bumpy little curve that usually isn't how the oil market works. There's a clear oil signal for producers to say, all right, I have clear visibility into what oil prices are going to be in the next 3 years, and I'm going to go after it. This curve is an OPEC curve, is it not?
An OPEC curve. I like the way you describe that. I do think that right now what we are seeing is that OPEC is kind of in the driver's seat, so to speak, when they're looking at things. And in fact, they just concluded, another one of a meeting that they were having, and they are looking to use the baseline productions for 2025 to set they're looking to use production in 2025 to set baselines for 2026. So they are definitely looking farther into the future to see, and set production, because everybody likes it when OPEC makes it clear what they're going to do far in the future. Now, of course, that can be changed, as we've seen, and they certainly do like to, change things and do things month by month. But overall, if OPEC can give a clear indication of what they're planning to do in, for the rest of 2025, for all of 2026, then that's extremely helpful for producers in the U.S. and so on and so forth.
And a lot of that is to punish the cheaters, right? I mean, Kazakhstan's made no bones about the fact that it's overproducing what its quota should be, in part because they want to keep Western investment and they want the revenue. What does it mean when you have an OPEC that isn't abiding by the quotas?
So this is always an issue for them, and we've seen them deal with this with not just Kazakhstan, also Iraq. It's kind of a perennial overproducer, and Iraq is in a similar situation as Kazakhstan because it's got other companies, it's got Western companies that they've signed agreements with. They've got the northern area, which is basically oil production there is run by the Kurds, and they want to be much more independent. And so so they've got internal issues that affect their production. It's not just, some guy is sitting in an office saying, oh, we're going to overproduce this month. There are a lot of things that they are dealing with, just like Kazakhstan. And so, yeah, I think they're always going to be pushing the envelope when it comes to production quotas. And OPEC just kind of has to deal with this. I think at this point, yes, they want them to come in line, but more than that, they want unity. So they're going to push them, and they're going to see if they can get them to curb their production a little bit, or at least commit to it. But in the end, they're not going to say kick them out of OPEC or something like that, because it means more to have them in this group. I mean, we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of this OPEC Plus group, which is really an incredible achievement. So yeah, but at the same time, you've got these 8 countries in OPEC Plus that have voluntarily reduced their production levels. Mm-hmm. And they're saying, hey, if Kazakhstan and other countries are constantly overproducing, well, why are we continuing to hold back this oil from the market? And so that's why we're seeing, we're seeing these countries get together and saying, okay, we're going to put another, say, 400,000 barrels on the market this month and next month. And I think that is something that they can do because it's just the 8 of them. And so they can get agreement on that much more easily than a whole group having to get everyone else in the group to agree, but also because it can kind of keep prices in check. They don't really want prices to get that high, because that means that all sorts of other production in the United States, some suddenly becomes viable. And I don't think that they necessarily want to get, $75, $80 oil prices, because that means that a whole lot more oil is going to be unleashed in other areas.
And I know from some good sources that
here we go.
Oil men like between $75 and $85 a barrel.
Yeah.
Kind of the sweet spot.
It's a landman thing, Ellen.
It's a landman thing.
That's where he's getting his info.
Ellen Wald, President, Transversal Consulting and Senior Fellow.
Is fair game.
Yep, absolutely. She's President, Transversal Consulting and Senior Fellow of the Atlantic Council, joining us there. Is the cost of production higher or lower in the U.S. versus, say, like Saudi Arabia?
Oh, cost of production is higher. The cost of production for in the Saudi Arabia is like $20. It's really, really cheap. But they have fiscally their break evens like 90 to 100.
Okay.
Because of all that they're spending and stuff like that. But it's still, relatively cheap. But yeah, on the margin, it's been going up a little bit. As you already drilled the good stuff, it gets more expensive to drill the tier 2, tier 3 stuff as well.
All right. WTI crude oil $62 here, up $1.50 today. Brent 65. Oil. All I know about oil is kind of supply and demand. Supply and demand for oil, as you do for any commodity, especially for oil. It's tough to trade that. This is Bloomberg.
You just got to pay attention, because I'll tell you, oil is not. Oil is very volatile, but so is Bitcoin. So the two surprises that I have today is, I'm surprised at the precipitous drop in natural gas from the after hours, from 3.8 to 3.5. And I'm surprised that Bitcoin is still not above the 110 mark. But we'll see what happens. It looks like there needs to be a little bit of more flows coming in to Bitcoin. Seems like there's almost like investor fatigue right now. Okay, let's plug another product here on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please go to my store and get the omega-3. Omega-3 is going to help with your cardiovascular system. Omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation. That's important, because if you bring down inflammation at the vascular level, then you're reducing plaque formation. But omega-3 also helps with preventing clotting, because what it does is it prevents the red blood cells from over-sticking together, all right? So omega-3 also helps with bringing LDL levels down and increasing your HDL levels. So when you have less LDL, you have less LDL that's oxidized. That means less plaque formation. So taking omega-3 every day is very important for cardiovascular health, extremely important. And another great supplement to stack with omega-3 is olive leaf extract. It's a dual purpose product. Brings down inflammation and it helps your immune system. But by bringing down that inflammation, it's reducing the plaque formation at the vascular level. And olive leaf extract helps bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels, so you're improving your lipid profile. By stacking these together, it's a powerful stack for cardiovascular health, and you get an added benefit. You're helping your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3 and the olive leaf extract. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All caps, discount the number 5, $5 off any order. All right, let's go to CNN. They're talking about how Musk says that Trump's agenda bill undermines DOGE mission.
Is there a growing rift between President Trump and his one-time first friend, Elon Musk? The SpaceX and Tesla CEO expressed his disappointment with the president's sweeping tax and spending bill that passed the House and is currently facing some headwinds in the Senate. This is what Musk told CBS News.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing. I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both.
All right, with us now, Amisha Cross, the Democratic strategist, and Mark Short, the former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. And Mark, this is the president's entire legislative agenda right now, this tax and spending bill. And Musk has been critical of the president's tariff policy, which is basically his entire economic agenda. That's a big part of what President Trump is pushing, that Elon Musk is now very publicly saying, I'm not for.
Sure, John. I do think, look, the sausage making can look like the big, beautiful bill isn't so beautiful. I think we have to keep in mind that in the House, the margin for Republicans is so small that I think Mike Johnson doesn't get due credit for people who said he wouldn't be able to get the votes to be speaker. He wouldn't be able to avoid a shutdown. Now he got this tax bill too. And when you do that, sometimes you have to give favors to different constituencies to get it. I imagine the Senate will probably whittle it down some. But, you know, there's parts of this, I'm very excited to see the tax bill moving forward. I think the president's trade agenda is indefensible.
I'll say it as a purely political endeavor, what Mike Johnson did was impressive. Yeah. Again, objectively getting that through was an impressive political feat. But to have Musk criticizing it on its substance, and this is not some minor policy that the president's pushing. This is his entire legislative policy.
Sure, and I could pick apart pieces of it that I don't like either, John. I think a lot of Republicans could. I think that some of the expansions of the SALT deductions is egregious. But
careful, you're in New York.
I know. But at the same time, I think the consequence of a $5 trillion tax increase on the American people is too much for Congress not to get this done.
Amisha, I want to play some sound just to stay on Elon Musk for a second, because Musk, it was a couple weeks ago where he said he was going to get out of the political giving business, and he had a soundbite that's been played, but the end of it I want you to pay attention to. Listen.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough. Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
It was that last line. I do not currently see a reason. Now, I don't have any particular insider sources inside Musk world, but I do have my eyes and ears. And that sounded like he was saying he doesn't like what he is seeing right now in politics, particularly from the White House, which he's been so supportive of.
Well, I think there are two things at play here. As we can all recall, when Elon Musk went to Wisconsin a couple months ago, that blew up in his face really badly. The Elon Musk who's able to showcase his money, that is his calling card when it comes to primary and creating challengers for Republicans who don't side with him in the Trump administration. He is making sure that people know that he's still there, that he still has a certain level of influence, but he's also trying to reel in some of the blow that he got, not only from investors at Tesla and some of those who are on the board, but also watching his own approval ratings tank. And I think that for him, that was a big hit. He doesn't agree with the big, beautiful bill. There are several parts of it that he finds problematic. But I also think that the big, beautiful bill, to Mark's point, is going to be significantly different by the time that it gets through the Senate. For Elon Musk, I think that some of this is personal. He has seen a strained relationship between him and Trump based on some basic disagreements on policy issues, but he's also someone who cares about his bottom line. And he doesn't agree with the moves that Trump specifically has taken when it comes to these tariffs.
We begin this morning with Elon Musk's disappointment as the tech billionaire is stepping away from politics. He's not shying away from commenting on his work with Doge and President Trump's sweeping tax and spending cuts package. Despite spending almost $300 million to help get Trump and GOP congressional candidates elected last year, Musk now makes it clear he's no fan of President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful. But I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
Joining us now here in the Situation Room, CNN anchor and chief domestic correspondent Phil Mattingly. Phil, his comments could put him at very serious odds with the president.
Yeah, it quite literally does put him at odds with the president. Obviously, the president and the White House pushing very hard to get this cornerstone of their legislative agenda, not just through the House, which they narrowly did last week, but also through the Senate. And it underscores that it's a very, very delicate moment for what is the central piece of legislation, not just for the president's border and defense policies, but also, of course, for his tax cuts reauthorization and the cornerstone of his economic plans. I think what this underscores is Musk, now out of the White House, at least on a regular basis, is reverting back a little bit to where he was before he entered the White House. Remember, Wolf, in the spending bill at the end of last year, his opposition almost derailed that continuing resolution. He got crosswise with the administration on immigration issues as well. He mostly kept his personal opinions to himself on bigger policy issues for the last 3 or 4 months. Now that he's out, he's kind of stepping away a little bit. Seems that he's weighing back in. That's problematic for 2 reasons. One, he still has a significant amount of influence. Obviously spent nearly $300 million to help elect President Trump in 2024, has spent a lot of money on other Republican candidates as well. But more importantly, it's the issues that he was pointing out, which is the issue of the deficit, which, Wolf, as you know better than anybody, in the Senate is particularly problematic, where senators like Ron Johnson and Rand Paul are saying the House bill, even though they got it across the finish line, simply does not cut enough given where deficits and debts are right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the Senate. That will be critical indeed. What else did Elon Musk say about Doge and its?
So I want to talk about BITO, the ETF for Bitcoin, a little bit here. So BITO is now trading at 22.55 right now. It's getting very close to a support level. So their BITO has a support level of 22.50. It looks like it might break it. The next support level would be 21.48. So Bitcoin is trading at, last I looked was 107. And what is it trading at right now? 107.1. So there's a increased pressure. It looks like it may break the 107 mark. If that does, then most likely the 22.50 support level on BITO will break. So pay attention to that. For the ones that are taking a look at BITO and Bitcoin movement. All right. Let's take a look at some other news that's popping around here. All right, this was Bloomberg Television talking about hedge fund talent war and Harvard. So let's see. It's an oxymoron when they say hedge fund talent. Most of these people are idiots.
Is they're not as tethered. The hedge funds don't seem to be feeling as much love. What are we seeing from the multi-strats in terms of performance after we...
First of all, they used the term wrong. Hedge funds are supposed to do better when there's market turmoil. All right, because they're usually by just pure definition, hedge mean you're inversely related to the actual normal movement of the market. All right, depending on whatever you're hedging. So a hedge fund should do really well during market turmoil and do very, very poorly during market melt up. All right. So what has happened now is that they are using the term hedge fund as a way, they're really an alpha fund. An alpha fund is basically how do you get additional yield on a portfolio when the market is going up, right? And normally these hedge funds do very poorly when markets are going down. So they're really not a hedge fund. They're an alpha fund. But with that said, let's continue. They don't even use the term right.
Seemingly saw a little bit of a rebound coming into May. Are they still feeling it?
Okay, so what's beautiful about the multi-strats is they're not as tethered. They are not tethered, I should say, to the market in terms of whether the market is up or bound or rebounding. That's for another category, which we'll get to. They are exceptional at managing volatility and putting up consistent performance. And what I would shine a light on right now, Shonali, is we have lived through one of the most volatile periods in recent memory, as we know, over the last several months. And the fact that the multi-managers have navigated this as effectively as they have, they've stayed in largely positive territory during the duration of this period, I think shines a light on the fact that the best ones, I'll say it like this, have moneyballed the industry.
Fascinating. So if you look at their ability to draw in talent, how does it compare to the rest? Because you are seeing, I mean, there's no other way to put it, crazy pay packages. You've been seeing teams lifted out for $100 million. You're looking at Ken Griffin trying to put a 4-year non-compete on in Florida. I mean, what does that talent war look like for the multistrats?
Okay, so, and that is, the multistrats are the biggest acquisitors of talent, right? By virtue of their name, multi-managers is really the, euphemism that I'm referring to. They need multiple managers to manage capital. First off, let me provide some perspective on these pay packages. It's not like someone is getting an $100 million check and walking across the street and able to cash that. Okay, part of it is a hefty guarantee for sure to pay that person for the period they're sitting out. Part of it is deferred. Part of it is a wallet so that they can hire a crackerjack team. And a lot of it also is on the come where they're getting, if you normally get a 20% payout, Shanali, I'm going to give you a 30% payout up to $200 million. That's an extra $20 million, but you got to make that $200 million. The bottom line of all of this is you don't want to be beholden to what I'll call the auction. So if you're a multi-manager and you lose someone, which you inevitably will, because this is a merry-go-round, someone leaves Peter to go to Paul, or you know what? There's a lot of capacity for this strategy right now. Let me take a crack at starting my own fund. How are you going to replace that person? Do you always want to be in a bidding war? No, because then you're beholden to paying, I would actually say maybe overpaying for air quotes talent. These people are not necessarily as talented, or remains to be seen, as the headline numbers would suggest. That's a lot of money for the multi-managers to have to recoup on their investment, TBD on whether they will. Much smarter to grow talent in-house. And the best ones, like Point72 and Citadel, are a factory for what I like to call alpha makers.
That's what I was actually going to ask about. So I don't obviously know as much about this industry as Shanali, but it would seem to me that a lot of these people learn on the job. So can you foster a sense of loyalty? Does Steve Cohen do that? Does Ken Griffin do that? When you build them up from the bottom up, it doesn't help, obviously, IDW if they, make these.
Well, it does help IDW, because the reality is, if there is a culture, and that's very hard, they're not all created equal in terms of their ability to train and develop and mentor and make you, Matt, the best version of yourself that you can be at each point along the experience curve, and also give you a pathway. It's not just about coming in as an analyst and being a good analyst, or coming in as a PM and being a good PM. At Citadel, you can go very successfully as a Point72 from analyst to PM to running a business. How exciting is that? You could be a business head at Citadel. Steve just created a new fund around one of his PMs, Turion. Right? So that's a pathway where now you have, in that example, Point72 with you to raise capital. They raised $1.5 billion out of the gate, and the PM has all of the incredible resources available to him at Point72. That's not all multi-managers created equal, and that's what creates stickiness and durability.
And then the ability to build out a team under that, perhaps. One question I have is where we're not seeing as much success. It looks like the long-short business this year, for all of the volatility in the market, has not played out quite as well, and that comes after some really tough years in recent years.
Yes, so well said.
What's going on?
Okay, so you'll see the returns in May. Breaking news, really not. They're going to be better than they were in April. So is the market. The problem with this is, one, the swings of volatility. Okay, I'm not going to name names, but there are so many examples of funds that were down in like the mid-teens in April, and now we're up mid-single digits.
For the ones that are watching UCO and a little bit of the oil futures market, it's starting to mean revert now. It peaked for oil at 62.54 intraday trading, and now it's trading at 62.15. And the UCO peaked intraday at 21.69 and it's now trading at 21.44. So it's mean reverting down.
About that as an LP, and think of how nervous that might make you about what's going to happen next month. And as an LP, what I'm thinking about is, how much alpha am I getting net of fees relative to the underlying beta exposure. That's like very complicated. I don't want to think about that. I want alpha, and I have the multi-managers in order to access that, or I want beta, and I can pay nothing for that, right? Buying an ETF or the S&P, where the long short funds will raise money is not in their hedge fund product. You heard it here first, Shonali. They are not raising capital. I don't care what they tell you in their hedge fund product. Where they are raising capital is long only, because there is appetite for the alpha component of a beta product.
Can I just ask quickly? I have a curveball question for you.
All right.
That's the point I was making. That was the point I was making earlier, is that it's about, it's really an alpha fund, not a hedge fund.
Let's hear it.
Traditionally, Harvard has been a feeder university for these masters of the universe, right? Do you see that continuing after this kerfuffle?
Well, my son goes to Harvard, so I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question. Yes,
you went to Harvard, right? But who else can provide the best financial minds in the world?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of good schools out there. I wouldn't say Harvard has a lock on that. What I will tell you is it pertains to talent, and I've seen this up close. Literally, I visited my son a few weeks before the end of the year, and I was hanging out with him and his friends who are finishing their sophomore year, Matt. And the aggressiveness by the top hedge funds, namely the multi-managers, in locking up these kids now for their junior summer, and the pay packages. So the talent war has gone way downstream, as we've seen, and you guys alluded to it as well earlier, are huge, even for kids, so that they have first dibs.
A wheelchair is a utility. So the life that you lived before is the life you will continue to live. You will just use new tools to do it.
All righty. Let's go back to Bloomberg here.
In a way that I think will be fascinating. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Policy Analyst. Nathan, it's great to see you. A year ago, Donald Trump, remember, said that the U.S. would become a Bitcoin superpower at this event. Has he made good on that promise in the last year?
So they've started to make steps on moving towards that goal. But, you know, what we tell our clients all the time is that there's a lot of sentiment going on with crypto, especially in the policy space. And a lot of the policy actions, whether it's the Genius Act, the stablecoin bill, the broader market structure bill, or this idea of a strategic Bitcoin reserve, it takes time to cook. And so whether you're on the retail side and you're looking for a quick win or you're looking for speculation, you may get a different answer coming out of Washington than if you're an institutional investor and you're playing the long game. So again, there's a lot of positive momentum that's happening right now, but we're still just early steps in trying to become, you know, that big Bitcoin capital of the world that President Trump seeks.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know exactly how you define that either. I think at one point he was suggesting that all Bitcoin be mined in the U.S. Not sure how that's going to work out. But do we expect news today from the vice president when it comes to policy proposals? This idea, for instance, to boost crypto in people's 401ks, or at least their ability to invest in crypto? Or is this a rah-rah, we're still on the team kind of speech?
I think it's mostly the latter, but you know, you mentioned the 401ks, which is important because the Labor Department just a few minutes ago, about an hour ago, put out guidance essentially taking away earlier guidance that discouraged folks from using Bitcoin or crypto as part of their 401ks. Now, in that guidance, it said that they were neutral. So obviously, if you're in the crypto world, you want positive momentum, but at least it's not a roadblock anymore. The other thing that we could see come out is, you know, Senator Lummis just yesterday at the same conference said that she's going to put her Buy Bitcoin Act, if you will, on the floor, and President Trump is supporting that. Now, this bill would actually require the U.S. government to go purchase up to 5% of the world currency of Bitcoin. Now, I don't think this is going to pass. It's not going to get the Democratic votes, but if you're on the retail side, you want the U.S. government to go out there and actively purchase Bitcoin, potentially drive up the price even more. I'm just saying I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's more of a long game scenario.
Where are we on the 401ks before we move along, Nathan? The idea of this kind of institutional buying is what's been discussed for years. If the Trump administration, in fact, rescinds this Labor Department guidance that's not that old, actually, it's from 2022, discouraging effectively workplace crypto investing in a 401k, what would happen to the coin?
Well, guidance is just guidance. I mean, guidance is something that compliance officers read and they say, okay, that we understand how the Labor Department is thinking, but at the end of the day, it's regulations and laws that drives behavior. And so from the institutional side, you really need Congress to step in here. And there's two bills that they're looking at. The first is the Genius Act. Now, this is a stablecoin bill. I think it passes in June, July after it gets through some political roadblocks. But again, a stablecoin bill is not the big bill, not the broader market structure bill that the crypto world wants. That's actually a different bill that potentially could have a markup in June, but has a much longer path to success. So even though that there's lots of talk about guidance and changing regulations, the law is still the law. Yeah. And if you're operating in the crypto space, you want regulatory clarity, and that most likely has to come from Congress.
Well, I'm glad you said that. You know, on the stage right now, they're talking about promises made, promises kept. How long should the people in that room in Las Vegas prepare to wait for a market structure bill?
So, you know, we've seen a draft discussion so far, and this came from both the House Financial Services and the House Ag committees, because the Financial Services owns the banks and the securities, House Ag owns the commodities and the derivative markets. Now, there's going to be a markup, probably, I've heard June 12th. Now, but the problem here with this market structure bill is that, yes, it would define what a security is versus what a commodity is. And I think there's bipartisan support for that. The problem is that when President Trump does get involved in crypto, that pushes a lot of the Democrats away from supporting this. And it raises the questions of, from the Democratic perspective, over Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering. And this is what we saw through in the stablecoin bill. Now, the stablecoin bill was easier because there was a regulatory gap that most people agreed upon, but there are still a lot of Democrats out there, like Senator Elizabeth Warren, that felt that former chairman Gary Gensler of the SEC had enough authority to police crypto, and the Congress doesn't need to do anything else. So again, it's going to be a challenge. I think it can eventually get there, but I think it's going to be 2026. I don't think it's going to be this year.
If you're with us on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals, you can see J.D. Vance, the vice president, has reached the stage, and we'll let you know, of course, just like you're on the terminal, if he makes any news, if we have any headlines to talk about here. We're going to be discussing an hour from now, Nathan, all of this with Byron Donalds, the Florida congressman, who is, of course, running for governor in a state that is no stranger to cryptos, at this conference, as we learn that DJT, Donald Trump's media and technology group, is investing $2.5 billion, raising that money to invest it in Bitcoin. There have been a lot of questions, and we're going to talk about this with the congressman about the Trump.
And I'm surprised with that news, why Bitcoin isn't going over 110.
And the questions about conflict of interest. Maybe we'll slice this a little bit differently. Do these concerns slow the progress for crypto?
No, I don't think so, only from the standpoint of that Senate bill or that market structure bill that we just passed. So for, you know, if you think about who polices crypto, well, you know, the commodity futures.
If you're looking at the BITO on the dashboard, you'll notice that it bounced off of the support level. Remember that support level is 22.50. Right now, BITO is trading at 22.60. And we're still mean reverting down. Oil is now trading at 62.16, and UCO is trading at 21.45.
But nothing says 4 years from now, if they don't change the laws, nothing says that Gary Gensler can't come back. Now, I don't think he will come back, but nothing says that they can't come back. And then again, this enforcement risk increases. So for all the companies out there, and again, I don't want to be the naysayer and say that, you know, things aren't positive. It's certainly a much more positive atmosphere than it was under the Biden administration for crypto. It's just going to take a little bit more time to cook and a little bit more time for these companies on the institutional side to allow their compliance and risk folks to say, yep, you can go ahead.
No one is better at this than Nathan Dean. It's great to see you, my friend, from Bloomberg Intelligence, our senior U.S. policy analyst, I should say, with apologies to Stumpy. We'll go in that direction. Nathan, come back and see us soon, and we'll keep tabs.
All right. Let's go to a different video here. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the turmeric and the ashwagandha. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to bring down inflammation. That's important for your cardiovascular system and your immune system. Ashwagandha root will bring down cortisol levels and help you to control your blood glucose levels. That will bring down inflammation. That's very important for your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So stack these together And it's a dual purpose. You're helping your vascular system and your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get those products. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals and we've created these deodorants. These deodorants are dual purpose. They help to detoxify your body. You use it as a deodorant every day. It's for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and in citrus. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these very high quality deodorants. Again, they're made from all natural ingredients, essential oils from the Himalayas, very high quality, no aluminum, no baking soda, very high quality. It's for males and females. Detoxify your body and use it as a deodorant every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And Myotrol. Myotrol is very important if you're 40 years of age or older to take. It will help you to build muscle and maintain muscle and stop that muscle atrophy. See, a lot of people don't realize once you turn to a certain age, your genes start to methylate and it's harder to express certain genes. Well, Myotrol will help you express the genes you need to build muscle. Do resistance training, take Myotrol. Excuse me. It's a live show. So please get the Myotrol. Take it every day. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to express those genes to build muscle. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you will benefit from taking Myotrol. It stacks great with gladiator barley to build muscle. So do resistance training, take Myotrol. If you're 40 years of age or older, male or female, take it. You need to do resistance training. But if you're an athlete, younger or older, you will benefit from Myotrol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to Fox News. They were talking to a former Harvard professor. Issues warning, teaching and preaching anti-Semitism.
My husband and I were really impressed with the academic scores at Success Academy, and so we thought.
I want to bring in now Alan Dershowitz, longtime civil liberties attorney who taught at Harvard University law for nearly 4 decades. Alan, thank you so very much for being in focus today. First of all, I'm curious to know, just from your personal perspective, are you keeping in touch with people still on that campus? And what are you hearing from inside the campus from the Jewish community in particular?
Well, first of all, I've been banned essentially from the Harvard campus for the last 12 years since I retired. People at Harvard don't want to hear my points of view on President Trump. They don't want to hear my points of view on Israel. They don't want to hear my points of view on Western values. So I am persona non grata at Harvard. The only time I've ever been invited back by a student group, my speech had to be taken off campus for fear of my physical safety. So, but yes, by telephone, I am in touch. But Harvard has become a bastion of left-wing, similar points of view. And not only do they tolerate anti-Semitism, they teach it. According to a Harvard report, they teach anti-Semitism in the divinity school, particularly how horrible that is in the name of Christianity. They teach anti-Semitism. They teach it in the School of Public Health. Recently, they named as their speaker at the graduation at the divinity school, the class marshal was a thug who had intimidated, threatened, and harassed an Israeli student, and the school said they would punish him for it, but they didn't. The law school gave a $65,000 scholarship to one of the other thugs who had harassed a Jewish student, and they gave him the $65,000 to work for an anti-Israel organization that promotes hatred against Jews. So Harvard is deeply, deeply complicit in anti-Semitism, anti-Americanism, and something has to be done about it. And President Trump is starting in the right way. Look, prevention is the key. Preventing these things from happening. I just published a new book, my 57th book. It's called The Preventive State, and it's all about how to prevent these things from happening. And one of the major tactics that's been used to prevent over the years has been deportation and preventing people from coming into the country.
Alan, I want to step in for just a second. Congratulations on that many books.
I'm actually scheduled to see him in person sometime in June. I think it is early June at a book fair.
One lifetime, and can't wait to read the latest. Look, I want to jump in on what President Trump is doing. You just gave him credit for taking some steps. I want to talk about this latest and how legally it could help, because you know there's so much lawfare against him. The liberals are trying to slow him down. But what he's saying is before anybody else can get a foreign visa in this country, he wants the time for his administration to pause those foreign visas while they vet these students thoroughly, social media, everything. What is your take on that legally?
Legally, it's perfectly permissible. The administration has the right to determine who comes into the country. Congress has some power. The branch that has the least amount of power over this issue is the judiciary, which is taking all the power now. And we have the right to know who comes into this country. There is no First Amendment right to come into the country and preach anti-American, anti-Semitic. As from the beginning of time, countries have deported, exiled, made decisions about who stays in the country and who doesn't. And what we're seeing going on college campuses today, look, these two kids who were killed in Washington, D.C. last week, two wonderful young people, I predicted that shooting in my book, The Preventive State. I absolutely predicted it. I said, based on my representation over the years of radicals, some of whom became murderers, when you start protesting in a violent way, breaking windows and harassing people and shoving people, the step toward planting a bomb or getting a gun is a short step. So, in my book, The Preventive State, I actually predicted that this would happen. And it happened tragically to two young people. It's going to happen again. The day after this happened, I was getting an honorary degree, and the school, a different school, had to redouble my security and create a mechanism.
So you see this intensifying, because we know that the president, and it says it right there on our screen for viewers, is intensifying his anti-Semitism, Jewish hate fight right now. But you think that people who are perpetrating, and look, if you're punching and hitting and screaming and doing all of that, not the screaming, but depending on what you're screaming, I suppose, this is not protected. This is not what we're watching. This is violence.
Why did it stop?
You described it. I had on yesterday Leo Tariffs, who heads the Justice Department's task force to combat all of that, not the screaming, but depending on what you're screaming, I suppose. This is not protected. This is not protest, what we're watching. This is violence, as you described it. I had on yesterday Leo Tariffs, who heads the Justice Department's task force to combat anti-Semitism for the Trump administration. He was in focus with me with the message, bring it on. Watch.
Trump is going nowhere. We're going to have to match them in court, Harris. This is going to be a battle in the courtroom. If it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, Trump is going to do that. This is not academic freedom. This is anti-Semitism in its purest, most hatred form, and it's being tolerated not only on universities, but throughout the country.
So I said this yesterday.
Oh dear. This HR pro can't go to a housewarming party until she runs payroll.
It's a birthday party, and done.
Alan, after those words from Leo, I said, it's like these campuses are sanctuary cities and states. They have become their own sanctuary areas. And Leo said, yeah, you know what? The civil rights of 1964, 65, that legislation, that act says that they can stomp that out legally. There's not a problem there. But you've been and also taught on that campus for 4 decades rather. What does it really take to change schools like Harvard? Money?
Oh, it's going to take an enormous amount of effort. First of all, you have to get back to meritocracy, where people are selected for faculty and student positions based on their merits, broadly defined. Second, you have to eliminate all of these departments that teach intersectionality, DEI, gender studies, ethnic studies. These are all incubators for anti-Semitism. These schools, some of these departments, like the divinity school and the public health school, are rotten to the core. They have to be essentially monitored to make sure that they're not teaching and preaching anti-Semitism. It's not only tolerating anti-Semitism, it's teaching it and rewarding it. And that's what's going on today on many college campuses. And you cannot today be a conservative, a pro-Israel person and expect to be given an audience under the marketplace of ideas at Harvard University and other universities. So it's really important to take some action. They should be targeted actions. They should target the departments that are teaching this stuff. They should be targeting students who, if they got a visa, would be hurting people in this country. They should be more targeted and less general, but it's a good beginning. And I think vetting every potential applicant coming into this country is legally permissible and desirable from a moral point of view.
Look, I wrote down what you said in quotes. Places like Harvard are incubators for anti-Semitism. They're just cooking it. I mean, it's disgusting. In the memory of Yaron and Sarah, who you spoke of, who died in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol Museum, it's only been a week. In their name, we got to get this right, Alan. I appreciate you being with me today. Thank you.
Because it's going to spread.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great lozenges that I have. You can get it in elderberry zinc. This is very important during the cold season or during the allergy season, or even if you have poor air quality. Take them right away if you have that irritation in your throat. Very important. I also have them in drop form. Structural nanosilver drops. They're smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in cherry, honey and lemon, and also in blueberry. So get a few bags for your household. So you're ready for the allergy season, ready for the cold season. And also, if your air quality is poor, take them right away and mitigate the problem. Very important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take a look at the collagen that I have. The collagen is a powder. It has a big scooper, and that scooper you take once a day, one full scoop, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, smoothie, even milk. It's up to you. But take it every day, and it's going to help your skin, your hair, your nails, your musculature, your bone, and your joints, cartilage. Really important. So please go to my store and get the collagen. Take it every day. It's a dual purpose product. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Okay, let's listen into Bloomberg. I think they're playing Trump. I think Trump's speaking.
This amounts of benefit are going to the middle income people of our country, low and middle income people of our country. So we're going to see what happens because the Senate, as you know, is negotiating with us and they have to then go back to the House and, you know, it's got a way to go. But I have to say Speaker Johnson and Thune has done an incredible job. John Thune has done a fantastic, Leader Thune, a fantastic job. And they're working together with me and others. And I think we have an amazing, if we pull this off, remember we have 0 Democrat votes because they're bad people. There's something wrong with them. You know, they'll let people pour into our country. Single biggest problem is we had 21 million people pour into our country, probably higher than that. And they're people that weren't supposed to be here. And many of those people are bad. Murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They were closing mental institutions all over the world, not South America, all over the world. They're coming into our country and we're getting them out. And we're having a hard time because some judges aren't making it very easy for us. And it's tough enough. And they approved that. They allowed that to happen to our country. We don't have one Democrat vote. And if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for this bill and I'd get elected to any position I want as a Democrat. They're crazy. They're voting for a 65% tax increase. And they're only doing it for hatred. They're not doing it for any reason. They know it's terrible. Terrible politics, in my opinion. But so we have no Democrat votes. That means we have to get almost all Republican votes. And I think we're very close to doing that. I think it'll be very successful. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out? Oh, and then I chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said, you have to open up your whole country. And because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till July 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me. He said, you got the hottest, we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive. And you ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things. And you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high. They were doing no business whatsoever. And they were having a lot of problems. We were very nice to China. I don't know if they're going to be nice to us, but we were very nice to China. And in many ways, I think we really helped China tremendously because, they were having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. Go ahead. To me, that's the nastiest question. Wait a minute. Wait. Go ahead, please.
President Zelensky says he's ready to sit down with you and Vladimir Putin in Geneva. And it sounds like General Kellogg is working on preparations for that. Are you planning to sit down with the two of them?
Well, I will if it's necessary. We have to, I think at this point, I wish you would have been that way a couple of months ago. But at this point, we're working on President Putin, and we'll see where we are. I think we're doing fine, but we'll see. I don't like what's happening. That's one thing I'll say. I don't like when I see rockets being shot into cities. That's no good. We're not going to allow it.
You've always said that the war never would have started if you were
Would have
president.
never happened, and it didn't
He doesn't
happen.
seem willing to do anything that you want him to do. Do you still believe that he wouldn't have launched the war?
No, we would have never had a war. We would have never had a war. If I were president, if the election weren't rigged, you wouldn't have had the war. You wouldn't have had the war. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had October 7th. That would have never happened because Iran was stone cold broke. They didn't have any money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah. You wouldn't have had that Afghanistan most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. You wouldn't have had any of it. You wouldn't have had inflation because energy costs. Look what happened. I brought inflation down to practically zero. And all of the groceries and all of the eggs and all of the things that you've been hearing about, they're back down. They're way down from where they were. I did something in 4 months that nobody's seen. And I have to say, in 4 months, and I said it before, and everyone's talking about it all over the world, we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. We're the only country anybody's even talking.
Russia.
I think I'm close to getting a deal. I don't want to screw it up by doing that. Let me tell you, I'm a lot tougher than the people you're talking about, but you have to know when to use that. If I think it's going to hurt a deal, this isn't my war. This is Biden's war, Zelensky's war, and Putin's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm only here for one thing, to see if I can end it, to save 5,000 lives a week and a lot of money. The money being much less important because I made that money. I went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and we brought back $5.1 trillion. So I made that money in about 2 hours, the money that we're talking about, but it's still think of it, $300 billion we've spent with no checks, no balances. They just send cash. You can imagine what's happened to that money. I never saw anything like it in my life, but I'm more interested because I picked up $5.1 trillion and, by the way, got a beautiful, big, magnificent free airplane for the United States Air Force, okay? Very proud of that too. They tried to say, oh, it's Trump's airplane. Oh yeah, sure. It's too big. It's frankly, it's too big, much too big.
When can we expect that to be the Air Force One?
Well, it's here already.
Yeah.
It's in the country. It's being refitted for military standard.
How much will it cost to refit it?
Oh, I don't know, whatever it is, a hell of a lot less than building a new one. We're waiting too long from Boeing. Boeing has got to get its act together, yeah.
Sir, on Nippon Steel, this arrangement that was just announced,
Yeah.
Golden Share, is that an arrangement you would consider for TikTok as well?
Nothing to do with TikTok, totally different kind of a deal. We'll have to get, to do it properly, we'll probably have to get China's approval. China's never easy. China's never easy.
TikTok.
But I think we'll be able to save TikTok. I'd like to save TikTok. I mean, TikTok was very good to me. I won the young people by 37%. No Republicans ever won, and I won by 37%. And Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped, but Charlie Kirk helped also. Oh, he just happens to be here. Look at him. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped. But TikTok was amazing, and he was the first one. He said, "Get on TikTok." So I have a little bit of a warm spot. I know I shouldn't. They'll say quid pro quo, put him in jail for the rest of his life. Quid pro quo. No, TikTok was very good to me. I won young people. I don't know if it was because of TikTok, but it was something happened. No Republican has ever won. Young people, you can define it a lot of different ways.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 14 or the Max 35 or Cleanse. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Max 14 is 14 parts per million. And Cleanse is 30 parts per million. You use it the same way. You take it every day, once a day, take a teaspoon, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, then swallow. What's going to happen is you're going to boost up your immune system. It's that simple. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the Cleanse, the Max 35 or the Max 14 daily. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. It's a part of the first pillar of my protocol. And by taking the Max 35, Max 14 or Cleanse, you're going to be boosting up that immune system, improving your oral cavity, improving your oral pharynx, helping that epithelial lining and that mucosal barrier. The second pillar is C60. It's going to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up that immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And the fourth pillar is Boomer Boost. And Boomer Boost boosts up those energy levels and revs up that metabolism. Now let's talk about how to improve your bone density. Take D3 and vitamin K2, take them together and do resistance training. And by doing the resistance training, all right, by doing the resistance training and taking the stack, you're going to build better bone density. And by building better bone density, you're not going to have osteopenia, you're not going to have osteoporosis. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the D3 and K2 stack. But also D3 and K2 helps with the cardiovascular system. How? It works by pulling some of that calcium deposit around plaque and reduces further calcium depositing around plaque. In addition, you can stack it with nattokinase. And by stacking it with nattokinase, you are going to be able to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, but it's also going to help bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you improve your lipid profile, you have less oxidized LDL. When you have less oxidized LDL, you have less plaque formation. That's the reason why D3, K2, and nattokinase taken together will help with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off.
And I think it's ridiculous. I think this, everyone's coming up to me saying, we love the idea of trade schools. With that kind of money and money from others, but money from them, you can have the best trade schools anywhere in the world. You give them to Iowa, Indiana, lots of good states, well-run states. And you give them the money, they can only be used for trade schools, and they'll teach people how to build motors and cars and AI. You know, the AI, we're building plants, we're building hundreds of billions of dollars worth of AI plants, already started, many of them. We've never had a boom like we're having now. You're going to see it. There's never been anything like it. So we're up to about $14 trillion in investments. There's never been anything even close. You look at Biden, this guy, they had people leaving as opposed to investing. And they're doing it because of November 5th, and they're doing it because of the tariffs. The tariffs have been tremendous. I can promise you, and I have great respect for the people at the European Union, they wouldn't be over here today negotiating if I didn't put a 50% tariff on. The sad thing is now when I make a deal with them, it's something much more reasonable. They'll say, oh, he was chicken. That's so unbelievable. I usually have the opposite problem. They say, you're too tough.
Mr. President, on Harvard, there were some Jewish students protesting on campus yesterday. They said they don't want you making these huge cuts, cutting off student visas to Harvard in their name because they feel
Harvard
like
has to show us. Okay, Harvard has to show us their lists. They have foreign students. About 31% of their students are foreign-based, almost 31%. We want to know where those students come. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come? And we're not going to, if somebody is coming from a certain country and they're 100% fine, which I hope most of them are, but many of them won't be. You're going to see some very radical people. They're taking people from areas of the world that are very radicalized, and we don't want them making trouble in our country. So I saw yesterday that in the middle of the UK, there was a nice young man. He wants to go back to school at Harvard, and he looked good to me, but I want to check his past. But we want to be able to see why, these countries aren't helping us. They're not investing in Harvard and all of we are. So why would 31%, why would a number so big? I think, number one, I think they should have a cap of maybe around 15%, not 31%. We have people want to go to Harvard and other schools. They can't get in because we have foreign students there. But I want to make sure that the foreign students are people that can love our country. We don't want to see shopping centers exploding. We don't want to see the kind of riots that you.
This is the point I'm making. We need, in a society, even at our educational institutions, promoting the idea of God, country, and family, and not this wokeism that is destroying our civilization.
Gretchen Whitmer. I'm going to look at it. I will take a look at it. It's been brought to my attention. I did watch the trial. It looked to me like somewhat of a railroad job. I'll be honest with you. It looked to me like some people said some stupid things. They were drinking, and I think they said stupid things. But I'll take a look at that. And a lot of people are asking me that question from both sides, actually. A lot of people think they got railroaded. A lot of people think they got railroaded. And probably some people don't. One more. Go ahead.
How will the confrontation with Harvard end? You foresee?
I don't know. I don't know. Harvard's got to behave themselves. Harvard is treating our country with great disrespect. And all they're doing is getting in deeper and deeper and deeper. They've got to behave themselves. I'm looking out for the country and for Harvard. I want Harvard to do well. I want Harvard to be great again, probably, because how could it be great? How could it be great when you have Harvard announced 2 weeks ago that they are going to teach remedial mathematics, remedial, meaning they're going to teach low-grade mathematics, like 2 + 2 is 4. How did these people get into Harvard if they can't do basic mathematics? How did they do it? I mean, people with 1,600 in their boards don't get in, and they're letting people in, and they're bragging about how they're teaching them basic mathematics. Where did these people come from? So we have to look at the list, and Harvard has to understand the last thing I want to do is hurt them. They're hurting themselves. They're fighting. Columbia has been they were very, very bad what they've done. They're very anti-Semitic and lots of other things, but they're working with us on finding a solution. And, they're taking off that hot seat. But Harvard wants to fight. They want to show how smart they are. And They're getting their ass kicked. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Headed right back out this door. Thanks, guys.
And I'll tell you, that is the reason why I voted for Trump 3 times.
Was a swearing-in ceremony. That's at least how things started for the interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro. Judge Jeanine, to those who watch Fox TV, we'll see if she keeps that job for some time. It would require Senate confirmation for her to hold the position permanently. But we heard a lot from President Trump just now in Q&A with reporters in the Oval. That's why we wanted to bring it to you live with regard to Ukraine-Russia talks, with regard to peace in the Middle East, specifically talks with Iran. We also heard about the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Strangely, the president suggesting that the case was railroaded and needs to be looked at again when he was asked about a potential pardon in that case. A lot to unpack right now with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, it's great to have you here in the studio. Let's deal with policy instead of some of the other issues that we heard, because important. We're looking at a new date potentially for Russia-Ukraine talks. And Steve Witkoff made a brief appearance suggesting a new plan for peace in Gaza forthcoming. What was important today?
Right. I mean, it definitely feels like the White House is trying to ramp up the pressure here. We heard President Trump sort of start to re-air this frustration that seems to have been building in the last couple of days, as we've seen in his posts on Truth Social, saying that the Kremlin might be tapping us along, but that in a week or 2 weeks, we will ultimately see what the White House's perhaps red line here when it comes to what needs to get done to move the negotiations along. He said he was very disappointed by what was really a record strike by the Kremlin in Ukraine in the past few days. And keep in mind, this White House hasn't, of course, ruled out tightening sanctions, imposing so-called secondary sanctions to try to get the Kremlin to the negotiating table in a more meaningful way. You had Evelyn Farkas on the show yesterday who said also watch out to see whether or not this White House might support a bolstering of aid to Ukraine as a way to try to move these negotiations along.
It's interesting. Donald Trump speaks optimistically about a deal with Iran, but is always quick to threaten blowing things up. As he said, we can do this one way or the other, the hard way or the easy way.
Right, and we're still waiting for additional details as these negotiations seem to be progressing.
On the Dow Jones feed, Macy's first quarter powered by Bloomingdale's and Blue Mercury.
Haven't really gotten details on what a new agreement would look like beyond what the JCPOA was and how that's really going to work. But of course, President Trump often, as he does, hasn't ruled out perhaps being more forceful if that's what it takes.
Understood. It's nice to have you in the Bureau. Tyler Kendall making a brief appearance away from the White House for us today as we assemble our panel. We want to get the take of Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino while we have some time together in hour one here of Balance of Power. Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is, of course, our Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, political science professor at Iona University. Rick, when you hear about Russia-Ukraine talks.
Macy says that being surgical with price hikes and tariffs will eat some costs.
The progress goes nowhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure it will be different. I don't think there's any guarantee on the part of Russia that they'll send high-ranking officials. Lavrov at one point in time in Saudi Arabia seemed to be engaged in the process, foreign minister, but then, a total no-show, in future activities. So I think this could be just a shine on by the Russians to, sort of mollify Donald Trump. He's been out there getting really tough on the rhetoric around Putin himself personally, which is probably not great for Putin and in his own domestic audience. So I don't know how much of this is just delaying the inevitable disappointment again by Russia that they aren't engaged directly in these talks in a way that is substantial.
Jeannie, I'm going to have to hopscotch around a little bit because the president generated a number of headlines.
All right. I want to go to Bloomberg. They published this 29 minutes ago. Harvard's set to lose all federal contracts as the U.S. escalates fight.
Hey, I got her a little something.
A little something, Dad?
Hi. The Trump administration has a lot of issues with Harvard and many of these elite universities. Harvard and Columbia have been singled out. Harvard is the richest and the oldest university in America, so it has a particular status. But the administration has outlined several things. In addition to them not doing enough about anti-Semitism, you say they're discriminatory in hiring and admissions. And what does that mean? It's related to diversity and DEI, that they're potentially not picking the best candidates and other candidates are being excluded. He has a problem with the ideological bias, as he says, which is very left-leaning at Harvard, and they should promote more viewpoints than just one. And Harvard has said they don't disagree with him on some of these points, but they don't agree with the way Trump is trying to implement this with, huge financial penalties. And people say, well, Harvard's a private university. Why does the U.S. government have a say in this? And the U.S. government gives universities like Harvard, billions of dollars in invest in grants. Grants, it's true, grants and contracts, but the federal government also allows student visas. They allow international students to come to study at universities.
Well, not necessarily now. Politico is just reporting, Paul, that U.S. orders halt to student visa interviews. So there is that.
Okay.
So student visas are regulated, through the U.S. government, and Harvard has almost 7,000 international students. If you look at the international community in total, it's more like 10,000 people, which doesn't, the lower number doesn't include people who are here for fellowships or doing research and their families. And international students typically—
And that's where the 31% number Trump's coming from. It's the fellows.
Pay the full price. So there's more than 1 million of them in the US, and it's really propped up a lot of universities, including Harvard.
What's the legal path that Harvard has taken here?
So Harvard sued immediately, and there was a temporary restraining order. There's a hearing coming up this week, but procedurally that we'll see what happens. But if you're an international student and you're thinking, well, it's been my dream to come to Harvard. Should I go? I'm going to do a program for 2 years or an undergrad for 4 years, but maybe I'm not going to complete it. It's introducing a huge amount of uncertainty in this calculation for students.
And what's happening on the ground, I can tell from my time at Duke, kids are choosing not to come to the U.S.
Right.
And to study elsewhere. And some of the best and brightest going to other places. And what do those students do after they get the degrees? They tend to stay there.
Right. Right. Because why would you run?
Well, the reality of the situation, I think they actually played this yesterday. The reality of the situation is we have just as bright and just as good students domestically. This thought that the best and the brightest, from international students can't be supplanted by domestic students it's just a false statement. They Paul Sweeney, what I've noticed with this whole Trump administration 2.0, very rarely will someone on Bloomberg say something positive about Trump and his policies in terms of tariffs, in terms of bringing back economic clustering, in terms of bringing back manufacturing. They think that you use screws to put together a iPhone. You don't use screws to put together an iPhone. All right. Or if there are very few screws in there. But the thing is there's special fixtures that are used to assemble these. You have the tool and die making all these different parts. You have the circuitry. And those machines are automated and involve, electrical engineers and manufacturing engineers. So you're talking about high-paying jobs, all right? And so you have this issue where they try to dumb down to the masses that manufacturing is just turning screws. Well, no, it also is statistical analysis and robotics and a lot of other things, tool and die. So they're very naive or being disingenuous, or they're either being disingenuous, naive, or just plain stupid. They really don't know. They really don't know and how the world really works. You have that issue with the manufacturing, but then with the Harvard issue about, well, wait a minute here. There is an infiltration that's taking place with the CCP, with these elite institutions, including Harvard. Now, is it all 6,700 students? No. It's maybe 10 or 20. But the thing is that Harvard needs to play ball and weed out these infiltrators. Secondly, it's a canard to think that we can't have domestic students filling those positions at the graduate level or at the undergrad level. Definitely at the undergrad level. Harvard turns down a lot of domestic students that have very, very good applications, excellent applications. The difference between these students is very marginal. It's almost like looking at an Olympic athlete in competition. What's the difference between, a swimmer that gets a gold compared to a silver? 0.01 of a second. There's not that much difference. It's the same thing with these applications. So to say that the best and the brightest, that if we don't bring them here, that we're going to be way off. No, we're going to actually be better off by not bringing so many international students and start educating the domestic. And a lot of these domestic students are minorities. They're not just white people. All right. So this whole idea of diversity of a university can still be maintained through merit and elevating the domestic student, not so much elevating the international student, especially where the United States government is paying for it, either directly or indirectly through fungible activities. So Bloomberg's just not being honest about the situation, or they're extremely naive. That Paul Sweeney, I'll tell you, that Paul Sweeney, when he's saying, well, the international students, the best and the brightest, they're not coming here, as if we don't have the best, we don't have students that could do just as well. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We do. So I don't believe this horse shit. I don't care what university or curriculum it is, you'll be able to find domestic students, either at the undergrad level or at the graduate level, that can do just as well as an international student. The unfortunate thing is that we do have an educational system in the United States where many individuals are coming from public universities. They're not doing so well. They're not public universities. I meant public schools in the primary school. These public primary school, grade school kind of places, a lot of the students are failing. They're not meeting their educational milestones. It's a sad thing. And that's a problem, and it needs to be rectified. And I think that by restructuring or eliminating the Department of Education is a great step forward to rectifying it. But students that are performing well in school, they can perform just as well as an international student at the graduate level. Totally. These spots that aren't going to be vacant because we don't have international students. I don't believe that for a second. They're not. It's amazing how Bloomberg keeps on pushing this global agenda, either in economics, but even in international education. This idea that in the graduate schools that we won't be able to find American citizens of all different calibers and all different ethnicities being able to do the hard sciences. We have to get them from overseas. Really? Really? I'm sure there are a lot of American citizens willing to do those hard sciences educational opportunities in the graduate studies. I just, you know, this statement with Sweeney thinking that those seats are going to be vacant because we kick out international students. I think he's wrong. I think he's absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the vitamin C and magnesium. This will boost up your immune system. It's going to also help with your brain function because magnesium is very important for brain function. It also will help with the efficacy of vitamin D3, and vitamin C will help with your skin. So it's a dual purpose product. Helps with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function. And since we're talking about brain function, it's holistic, taking a holistic approach. Slow down the aging process, you need to have proper sleep. To get proper sleep, take the Goodnight formula. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. This will get you into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. That means that you're detoxifying your central nervous system, consolidating memory, and you're going to be well rested. Sleep deprivation chronically will cause neurological problems. You're not consolidating memory if you are sleep deprived. You're building up toxins. And over time, it will cause damage to those neurons. So what you want is proper sleep. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight formula. And resveratrol. Resveratrol will soak up free radicals, boost up the mitochondrial health. They'll have more ATP. They'll help with the youthful gene expression and get rid of cells that need to go into senescence. Resveratrol is something I've been taking for decades. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And a great stack to help with your youthful gene expression, to help with your immune system and your brain function, and to be well rested and consolidate memory, take the Goodnight formula, the vitamin C and magnesium, and the resveratrol. It's a great stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. But this is the problem that we have with Harvard, is that there are individuals out there in the intelligentsia or in big finance that keep on thinking that we need to have globalization, unfettered globalization. No, we don't. We don't need unfettered globalization. We need to pull in the reins. This transnational capitalism has hurt America. Hasn't helped America. All right, let's go
Hurry
to
selectblinds.com
Fox
Memorial
News.
Day sale, ending May 29th. And take 60% off.
Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz and Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett is with us. Professor, we'll start with you. Why is Harvard, with a $53 billion endowment, why are they getting $4.4 billion in a short number of years from American taxpayers? Why isn't that money going to community colleges? Why isn't that going to trade schools? Why isn't that going to places that don't have that kind of endowment money?
Well, some of it certainly should. Harvard should not have funding cut off for cancer research or heart attack research. Harvard does a very good job. So we need to have targeted
why don't we go to,
funding.
wait a minute, but why? Why don't we go to the Mayo Clinic? Why don't we go to the Cleveland Clinic and
That would be fine. That would be
NYU
fine. If you
Langone and
redirected-
Sloan's Kettering, et cetera, and MD Anderson? Why don't we go there? Why does Harvard get it? When especially they've
Well, there's no
institutionalized
reason.
virulent anti-Semitism.
Well, let me tell you about anti-Semitism. The 2 killings in Washington, D.C., I actually predicted them. I have a new book out called The Preventive State. And in my new book, I predicted that what was going on at Harvard, these violent demonstrations, would lead to shootings. How did I predict it? based on having represented in the past people who have been protesting violently during the Vietnam War and what became of them. One of them became a murderer, Kathy Boudin, the weatherman. And so I predicted that this was going to happen. Harvard not only tolerates anti-Semitism, but two of its schools, the Divinity School and the Public Health School, actually teach anti-Semitism and encourage anti-Semitism. Recently, the Divinity School appointed as its speaker or as its marshal, its class marshal, a man who had been charged with harassing students, Jewish students. The same thing is true of the Harvard Law School. It just gave a $65,000 bonus scholarship to one of the people who had harassed Jewish students in order to allow him to continue his anti-Israel advocacy. And so Harvard is more than just tolerated anti-Semitism in some of its schools and some of its programs, like the program on human rights. It has actually taught and encouraged anti-Semitism. So targeted defunding is a very good idea and a good way of responding to this horrible anti-Semitism that's spreading all over the country. But Harvard is the most important institution in the country. And so start there and teach them that they cannot use federal funds to promote anti-Semitism.
And Greg, they want to challenge this in court, and I think there are certain things that we have to put on the table. The largest military base we have in the Gulf states, in Qatar, nobody ever questioned the fact that the Qataris gave $8 billion. They spent $8 billion on our military base because they need that relationship to protect their country. But they did question when they gave the president or the Defense Department a plane, which I think is quite hypocritical considering the financial difference. And, you know, let's challenge the notion that all these foreign students get to come into this country and not be vetted. I think everybody needs to be vetted that comes into our country. Do they align their values with radicalism? I'd like to know that before they get here.
Right.
Well, I think it's important to read Harvard's own task force. They issued a scathing report that the university deliberately allowed this virulent anti-Semitism to run rampant on campus. They did little or nothing to protect Jewish students who were targeted, harassed, as the professor points out, in some cases assaulted. It's on videotape. There's also evidence, as you say, that Harvard continues its race discrimination in admission and hiring. All of that, Sean, violates the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So the penalty is a loss of federal funding. Good. Harvard should blame itself, not Trump, because they created this hostile, unsafe environment for Jewish students. It's vile, it's shameful. Harvard condoned it. And some of those pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian offenders, they were foreign students that Harvard happily invited in. Go ahead, do what you want. So Trump's DHS is legally justified revoking its certification to host those students. I agree with what you said at the top of the program with the press secretary. I have never understood why a university with a rich endowment of $53 billion and pays no taxes receives billions of dollars every year from hardworking American taxpayers, many of whom never got the chance or privilege to go to college. Explain to them why their precious funds are funding anti-Semitism and racism.
Right.
I bet you I know their answer.
And Harvard,
Okay. We got to
Harvard
run.
will lose its lawsuits too. They're getting bad advice from their lawyers. They're not going to win these lawsuits when it comes to the Supreme Court.
I agree.
I mean, I don't think you're entitled to one taxpayer dollar, period. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
And the saga continues. All right, let's listen to NPR here. This is from the Harvard president. I have not listened to this, but I did know that he was going to speak with NPR. So this is the president of Harvard, the current president, President Garber. And I have met him twice.
There are people who would like to see these universities brought down in some sense. We shouldn't be in an echo chamber. everyone in our community needs to hear other views. And let me add, that's one reason why it is so important for us to be able to have international students on our campus. It is a warning. They see this as a message that if you don't comply with what we're demanding, these will be the consequences.
Alan Garber, the president of Harvard University, is a man at the center of the news. The Trump administration has cut funding to this university and said international students may no longer study here, wiping out a quarter of Harvard's student body. The university has sued twice. We came here to Boston, to the studios of WBUR, to talk with President Garber about those lawsuits and the larger issues they raise about the place of this university and other universities in American life. As you know very well, Mr. President, the Trump administration has taken a number of actions against Harvard University. They've cut off grants in a number of different ways. And most recently, they've ordered all international students to leave the university for some other university or for their home countries. In your lawsuit, the most recent of your lawsuits about this, you argue very quickly that this isn't really about international students, that it's an act of retaliation. What is really going on in your view?
In my view, the federal government is saying that we need to address anti-Semitism in particular, but it has raised other issues, including issues about speech, and it includes claims that we lack viewpoint diversity. There are also claims about failure to comply with laws concerning discrimination more generally. For some of this, we have been very clear that we think we do have issues, and I would particularly emphasize the speech issues. We think it's a real problem if, particularly at research universities, students don't feel free to speak their minds. When faculty feel that they have to think twice before they talk about the subjects that they're teaching, that's a real problem that we need to address. And it's particularly concerning when people who have views that they think are unpopular, and the administration and others have said conservatives are too few on campus and their views are not welcome. Insofar as that's true, that's a problem we really need to address.
Is it true?
I think that we have heard from some people that they do feel that way. So we certainly need to address that. And that means changing views in the community, making diverse viewpoints more welcome. It includes skills in speaking as well as skills in listening. So the federal government has referred to some of these areas. And as I said, we agree that some of these problems we absolutely need to address. What is perplexing is the measures that they have taken to address these that don't even hit the same people that they believe are causing the problems. It's the country, because after all, the research funding is not a gift. The research funding is given to universities and other research institutions to carry out work research work that the federal government designates as high priority work. It is work that they want done. They are paying to have that work conducted. Shutting off that work does not help the country, even as it punishes Harvard. And it is hard to see the link between that and, say, anti-Semitism.
If you don't see a link, it raises the question of what you think the government is really doing. Is the administration trying to damage, destroy, or capture your university?
I don't know fully what the motivations are, but I do know that there are people who are fighting a cultural battle. I don't know if that is what is driving the administration. They don't like what's happened to campuses. And sometimes they don't like what...
This is the problem with Garber. And I think that he needs to be more forthright. There is an infiltration by the CCP of probably about 10 to 20 students out of a universe of 6,700 international students. In addition, there's research for dual purpose that will lead to military application that these students are studying and working with Harvard professors and there's dual research that's going on between Wuhan and Harvard University, especially in spatial temporal satellite imagery. All right. Now they say it's used for urban planning and for agriculture, but it can be used for satellites for military. Now you put that in conjunction with these balloons that were floating around and that the Biden administration was hiding from the public. And I think even the Trump administration was hiding from the public on. But the point here is that they had balloons, surveillance balloons floating around. Now, well, wait a minute here. Now, I'm not saying that Harvard made the balloons. What I'm saying is that there is a series of data points that suggest that because of the infiltration and the 1,000 talent program, they're looking for dual purpose applications that could translate easily into military applications, and they're going to these universities and doing joint research. It's a big problem. Garber doesn't say anything about that. What about the money that is donated to Harvard that's coming from the Chinese? Not just the Chinese wealthy, but the Chinese Communist Party or institutions or companies that are tied to the CCP. Garber doesn't say anything about that either. So it's a big problem. It's a big problem. He doesn't say enough about, he uses the terms, well, we need to work, we got to rectify, I forgot how he phrased it exactly, but I'm paraphrasing it. We'll need to rectify our community's, viewpoints, and so it's more diverse. Well, wait a minute. Why don't you just be simple in a chair and speak it like this? We have a faculty that is too biased to the left, and that we need more faculty that's biased to the right. We need more conservative faculty members, and we need to start getting rid of some of the liberal professors. And because we're having financial problems, we are going to restructure what our composition is for the faculty. That's what he should say. He's afraid to say it. You know why? Because this president, Garber, doesn't have power. Because these schools are decentralized. He's a figurehead to the public and a donor and a donor gateway. So he deals with the donors. He doesn't have real power. I think in terms of the power, the provost has more power than the president does at the school. And he's propped up by a super woke overseeing group and Harvard Corporation. So Garber is he doesn't have the power. Harvard needs to restructure its faculty. And when it restructures its faculty, it'll be starting to move in the right direction. And this is not about anti-Semitism. This is about eroding the main principles that made this country productive and great. And that is God, country, and family. When you have a student body that is eroding God, country, and family, you're going to have a devolving society. On top of, you have many students that are communist or just alt-right socialists. You really think that goes well with the real world of capitalism in a constitutional republic? Well, it doesn't. Socialism doesn't go well with a constitutional republic, nor does it go well with capitalism. But yet they're educating people in that university that want to tear down the system. Why doesn't he say this? Why can't he say this?
Represent. What I can tell you is Harvard is a very old institution, much older than the country.
That's true.
And as long as there has been a United States of America, Harvard has thought that its role is to serve the nation.
Well, wait, hold on. They have always been on the wrong side of history. They didn't want to fight with the revolutionaries during the revolution. They didn't want to align themselves with our founding fathers at the very beginning, even though some of those founding fathers were from Harvard. They aligned themselves with the King of England. They weren't for civil rights at the very beginning. They were against blacks rising up and being educated. They were against females being educated. It took forever for Radcliffe to be integrated into the Harvard proper universe. And that was relatively recently, like 1970s. So they weren't for female rights either. They sure as hell have been anti-Semitic for decades, if not 100 years or more. 100 years or more. And then on top of it, they weren't for the blue collar worker. They had a phrase back in the 20s when there were unions starting to establish because of the automotive industry and other industries. They had a term called protect your class. And that was to actually break through these union strikes and picketing. So Harvard has always been on the wrong side of history until someone forces them to be on the right side of history. Why doesn't Garber say this? No, he sugarcoats it. It's a long history. And ever since the founding of the country, we've been always there for the United States. Really? 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 Like I said, it's disrespectful to allow for a student, either international or domestic, to raise a Palestinian flag in place of an American flag, especially on hollow ground like the Harvard Yard, where it's commemorating to fallen soldiers in World War I, World War II, Civil War. That's desecrating their memory. Where's that? Where is he saying this? He doesn't. He doesn't. It's all lofty, pillowy talk, sugarcoating it. And he's going to be, he literally is being pushed by his faculty, by the deans of the different schools because they're decentralized. And he's being pushed by the overseers to take a certain tact against Trump. And that is to make this becoming a Trump administration against higher learning institutions. But if you really look underneath the hood, there's some serious problems that need to be restructured. Now, Harvard can be could gain its greatness again. All right? But it has to purge the ultra liberal bias.
I believe I speak for nearly every other university as well in believing that is our goal. And that is why, insofar as there are people who would like to see these universities brought down in some sense, I think that they're
He's not paying attention. Brina, that used to be on the Hill, she was kicked off for anti-Semitic comments, during an event. I think it was Brina. Is that her name, Brina? She was the black girl on the Hill several months ago. I didn't like her. She was double Harvard Law, Harvard College. She hated the university. She wanted to bring it down. There are people that actually graduated from the university that wants to bring it down because they're pushing an agenda, on a woke agenda that's Maoism. Bring down the system. That's what Mao was. Bring down, it was a cultural reformation. That's what's happening with these students. They're going to be pushing reparations. They're going to be pushing for the destruction of God, country, and family, push this socialism or communism and destroy our constitutional republic. That's what's going on here. But he wants to spin it like it's Trump trying to take down these institutions. Really? You got to wake up, dude. You got to wait. This is where Garber's failing here. Garber is failing Harvard. Just like how Claudine Gay failed Harvard, all right? Garber is failing Harvard. And that is not stepping up to the plate and actually saying what made the country great is giving opportunity for individuals to become productive citizens and to move the society forward, not unproductive wild animals. And unfortunately, you have these ultra liberal faculty that are sowing the seed corn, all right, into for these students that will end up running companies, becoming politicians, and pushing a woke agenda. They're not going to mean revert back to normalcy. They're going to keep on pushing this ultra woke agenda. Just look at Mayor Wu. Mayor Wu, double Harvard, Asian, super woke. Harvard College, Harvard Law. You noticing a problem here? Harvard Law is producing students that are using the legal system and the political system to overthrow this foundational principle about God, country, and family. And then promote this oppressor-oppressed mindset. And that launches into reparations. So the only way to stop reparations is conservatives to push back.
Fire is misdirected because we have a common interest in making the nation and indeed the world a better place.
In the letter cutting off your ability to host international students, the Department of Homeland Security made a number of accusations, including these, that you, Harvard, brazenly refused to provide information that was demanded about international students, and that you also, quote, ignored a follow-up question about them. Is either of those statements true?
To the best of my knowledge, they are not true. I need to add, by the way, that this is clearly the subject of litigation, as you pointed out earlier. So we have...
How can he answer this question not honestly? Did DHS ask you for documentation? Yes or no? You're the president of the university. How could you not know this? Now, either it's because of the decentralization that was designed at Harvard to give plausible deniability, and you're seeing it at work right now, which I think that's the case, or he's completely oblivious on what's going on at Harvard. And what's the reason for DHS asking these questions? Because they're honing in on the infiltrators. There's a CCP infiltration that's taking place, and people need to wake up. Now, that's not the only problem, but that problem is far bigger than the anti-Semitic problem that's going on at Harvard.
Endeavored to comply fully in line with the law with the requests that the government
this is lawyer speak.
Are you going to be able to show in court that you...
Yeah, this is lawyer speak. What they did was they set up Morning Edition, NPR, and Trump's going after NPR, and they created this as kind of like almost an infomercial. This thing that they created with NPR is an infomercial. And he's just using legalese. And that was the reason why Claudine Gay blew up on Congress, because she stuck to the script that the lawyers told her.
Provided information,
I don't think you can
which
trust
I believe your lawsuit
Garber.
says you did.
Garber needs to
I
leave.
believe we have provided ample information in line with the law.
In that same statement, announcing that you would lose the right to host international students, the DHS was able to link to one of Harvard's own documents. It's a report by a presidential commission to you. So it's your commission investigating problems at Harvard University. And
All right, breaking news here. The Federal Reserve has disbanded a number of internal groups studying financial stability threats posed by climate change. Well, it's about time. Why does the Federal Reserve need to be studying climate change? They need to study about the bond market.
Through the document, there are a lot of accusations in there about things that have gone wrong here, and my eye fell on one sentence, which I wrote down. I'll quote it to you. Since fall 2023, different factions at Harvard have fought to force various university leaders to make statements, invest, divest, hire, fire, dox, undox, discipline students, and undiscipline them.
Now, this is what the Trump administration is telling the university, but the university was hearing, remember, even before COVID, the university was having students telling them on how to run the university, telling them how to invest their portfolio and divest their positions in oil, all right, and pushing this climate change agenda. That's what the student body was doing and forcing it onto the students. And Bacow was promoting the crap, who was a previous president before Claudine Gay. And the university was saying, well, you know, we shouldn't be told by the student body on how to invest in our portfolio. But the thing is that this shines a light on some of the complaints that Trump is saying, is that you have a student body that is wagging the dog. The tail is wagging the dog, not the dog wagging the tail. All right. Harvard has lost control of its student body because it's set in motion this ultra woke agenda. Now, maybe many faculty members want that to happen. I suspect that's the case. I don't think Garber wants it to happen, but he seems to be totally inept to be able to control it. I think a lot of it is because his hands are tied because of the way the system is over there. But the thing is this NPR show that he's doing is like an infomercial as an anti-Trump agenda. But if NPR is complaining about Trump asking these things, why doesn't NPR complain about the student body doing the same thing pre-COVID? About divesting the portfolio and restructuring the university in their liking. That's where this started, this wokeism. But NPR is not talking about that. No, they only talk about the demonization of Trump. Why not talk about the demonization of the actual student body that was starting to show the signs that they were getting out of control, going all the way back to 2017, 2018, 2019.
That's your own commission talking about this university. How would you define the problem?
Well, clearly there has been tremendous division on campus over that period of time. There are faculty and students who disagreed with one another about what the university should do. But the main purpose of that report was to identify the problems that we face, particularly with regard to our Jewish and Israeli students. And they took a very hard look and they listened to many, many people. They had dozens of listening sessions and put together.
Telling you, this issue is not so much about the anti-Semitism. This issue is about an infiltration, government infiltration, corporate infiltration, where they are giving money to these universities, and they are also jointly developing dual purpose technologies that can be used for military applications. That's a big problem. That's way more of a problem than the anti-Semitism. So what it is this look over here, but don't look over here, right? Both are issues, but they're only focused on the anti-Semitism. Well, wait a minute. What about the infiltration that's taking place by these governments in our institutions? Because Harvard needs the money and therefore they'll take it. And then all of a sudden it starts to sow the seeds of a Maoism or a CCP takeover, weaken the institutions. by weakening our institutions internally, by graduating students that that are aligned with the CCP, aligned with this ultra-liberalism, aligned with this very extreme socialism. You're weakening the country at the political level too, at the municipality, at the city level. You weaken your enemy from within, and Harvard is the hotbed for this.
What they thought was a comprehensive picture of how basically how people felt on campus about issues touching on not only Jewish and Israeli students, but faculty and staff and the broader community as well. And their work led to a series of recommendations. And I take very seriously not only
See, this is the part of the infomercial where they did that report and they were talking about how the university needs to fix the anti-Semitism, anti-Israeli problem. But that is only the tip of the iceberg. You have a CCP infiltration that is trying to destroy us from within. It's not Trump. He's trying to spin it that Trump is hurting these elite institutions or just institutions of learning. The reality of this situation is we have been infiltrated by a foreign enemy. And Harvard is either oblivious to it or is complicit. Knowingly complicit. I'm not sure which.
Identification of the problems, but the recommendations that they made about how we should address them. Some of those recommendations we had already adopted. Some we are currently working through. But I do believe that we have a real problem in this regard, or we had a real problem. We have done a lot to address it, and we will continue to work at it.
Would you say that anti-Semitism on your campus is better, worse, or about the same as it would be anywhere else in America?
I believe that we have made substantial progress on campus over the past year, and that's what I've heard from many faculty and staff and students.
This year I would say
there has been
better.
no progress.
I would agree, better.
Comparing what goes on campus to what goes on in the rest of the country is a little bit difficult because the manifestations may be different. From what I've heard,
the reason why their manifestations are different is because the students feel as though they can get away with anything because they're in a safe haven. And that was the reason why this administration and previous administrations over at Harvard should have shut down those protests right away. But they didn't. And they let it fester because the students felt that they were in a safe haven and they could just control it. This would have never happened on Main Street. The students wouldn't have had the balls to do this on Main Street. They'll only do it in a safe haven. And you had faculty members and administration officials running the different schools, the deans, that allowed it to happen. It allowed it to happen because a lot of them hate America.
we have many fewer violent incidents. They're almost unheard of on our campus, and probably a lot less vandalism. The main manifestation of anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli bias that we have grappled with has to do with social exclusion. It has to do with shunning. If a student sits down at a dining room table and they have good conversations with other students who don't know them, and when the other students find out that that student is Israeli, if they refuse to continue to speak to them, we have a serious problem that we need to address. That has been, to me, the most disturbing aspect of what we've experienced, and it was highlighted in that report. And that is why the problem we're trying to solve requires different solutions, perhaps, than what we do throughout the nation.
Is that a small example of what you're trying to do in a large way? You want to allow all sorts of ideas, but you want people to be able to engage each other civilly and not.
Exactly.
This is such an infomercial.
We want people to be able to discuss difficult topics with one another, especially when they disagree. We shouldn't be in an echo chamber. Everyone in our community needs to hear other views. And let me add, that's one reason why it is so important for us to be able to have international students on our campus. They come from different cultures, they have different experiences, different languages. There is so much that they contribute to our environment, and they enable everyone else to open their minds.
Is this what you mean when in the lawsuit you say that without international students, which is a quarter of your student body, Harvard would not be Harvard?
Absolutely.
You argue that it's a benefit for US-born students to have the international students here?
Absolutely. And not only other students, for the other members of our community as well. Harvard is an American institution that is engaged globally, and I wouldn't want to change that. It's in the interest of the university. It's in the interest of the nation.
What would you say to someone in the middle of the country, where I come from, where you come from, who is listening to us and maybe thinking, I really don't have a stake in this. I didn't go to Harvard. I'm not sending my kid to Harvard. I really don't like Harvard that much. This seems to be about a different kind of people. And Harvard deserves what they're getting, or in any case, it doesn't matter much to me. What would you say to somebody who has that attitude?
I would ask them to learn a little bit more, not only about Harvard, but about universities like Harvard, that is research universities. At the center of our university is teaching and learning. That's so crucial to what we do. But actually, if you look at the activities of the university, so much of this is about research.
They only publish 10,000 papers a year on average, out of a universe of almost 300,000 papers from approximately 500 different universities. So if Harvard goes down, we are not going to lose a beat in terms of scientific research. That's a fact. All right. And if you don't believe me, just pick any hard science topic in a discipline, either physics, biology, medicine, chemistry, whatever. It doesn't matter. Engineering, computer science, whatever. And look at the last 50 most recent publications of any random scholarly journal, and you will notice that the far majority of those 50 papers are not from Harvard. The far majority. All right? Maybe you'll find one out of the 50, maybe two. So stop pretending that they are the tip of the spear in terms of research. They're not. They're not. Actually, more papers of consequential significance are coming from state schools that are part of that 500 university research universe that I'm talking about. Those are the facts.
There's so many discoveries that have come from Harvard and other research universities. Advances in cancer, in treatments of...
See, it's the fallacy argument with this whole cancer thing. If you pull our funding, then cancer research is going to stop. Well, wait a minute here. That's not true. That's not true. There's lots of cancer research that's happening in other areas of the country. All right, so take a look at cancer research, all right, in some sort of scholarly journal, and I'm willing to bet that if you look at the last 50 articles that were published in that scholarly journal, that maybe one is tied to Harvard, maybe two. And a lot of times you won't find any.
Of all kinds. A faculty member of ours just got the breakthrough prize for work that led to the discovery of GLP-1 drugs, which are now revolutionizing how we approach obesity, diabetes, and many other conditions. Another one of our faculty received the breakthrough prize this year for advances in gene editing, which is already being used to cure diseases. This is a huge part of what we do. Everybody benefits from the research work of universities like ours.
Right. And that is 500 universities. That's 500 universities. So if Harvard has problems with infiltration of the CCP, having problems with anti-Semitism, having problems with a woke or super woke student body that wants to erode God, country, and family and bring down a constitutional republic, maybe they need to be ostracized and restructured, and that the government should stop funding them. See, Harvard wants to make you think that all of the top research is coming from there. It's not even close. It's top research is coming from so many different universities at the same time in different fields that no university is the bastion of research. And they only published roughly around 10,000 peer-reviewed papers a year out of 300,000 in the United States. So they're getting 3%, a little bit more than 3% of the papers. And in terms of dollars, they're getting 1.1% of the research funding dollars.
And it is not only about Harvard, and I think that's important to keep in mind.
Yeah.
The kinds of changes that the administration has begun and is contemplating, which include deep cuts to the National Institutes of Health and to the National Science Foundation, will affect all research universities and will have a real impact on the ability of the United States to remain at the forefront of science and technology.
When President Trump says, as he did this week, that Harvard's grants ought to go to trade schools instead, how do you respond to that?
I would say that the federal government has the authority through the budgeting process to reallocate funds. But the question to ask is, what problem is he trying to solve by doing that? The money that goes to research universities in the form of grants and contracts, which is almost all of the federal support that we get, is used to pay for work that we perform at the behest of the government. So in reallocating to some other use, including trade schools, it means that work just won't be performed. So the right
The other universities could come in and do that work. You have 500 universities doing research. So he's making this, so what could happen is he takes away the money from, see, this is where they assume that it's a zero-sum game by the decisions that Trump does. He could give that money, let's say whatever it was, $1 billion or whatever it is to trade schools, all right? He could also say, you know what? We're also going to give another $1 billion to other universities doing research that Harvard would have been doing.
question is this the most effective use of federal funding? Do you really want to cut back on research dollars? I'm less concerned about whether it goes to a trade school or if it goes to some other project like working on highways. What the real question is, how much value does the federal government get from its expenditures on research? There is a lot of actual research demonstrating the returns to the American people have been enormous.
Well, that's true. That's true. But the thing is that if you cut the spending for Harvard for a few years, just say 2 or 3 years, and you move it into the trade schools, and you have productive citizens helping with the GDP and tax revenue because they're working and building businesses, then you have further revenue, tax revenue, to be able to fund research downstream. So actually, it's a smart idea. It's about the sequencing of this. So here you have an elite guy, elitist, he's an elitist, you know, an elitist basically stating that, you know, wait a minute here. You're going to have more net present value if you do the scientific research versus the trade school investment. You know what? We should do both. And maybe do a lot right now and maybe only 25% of that funding later for trade schools. So let's say 100% now for 2 years of $1 billion, let's say for trade schools. And then after 2 years, then go back to 25%. So 250 million. All right. And for Harvard, they would get the 75%, so 750 million. And then 2 years later, less funding for trade schools and more funding for research. It's about pulsing. It's about realizing that, you know what, we've gutted our economic cluster. We need to rebuild that economic cluster so we have better tax revenue. We have better tax revenue. We'll be able to afford these research projects. These research projects are being funded by us, by the United States, issuing treasuries for foreign nationals to purchase. So we're borrowing money for Harvard to do the research. What we could do is build up our economic cluster, have the tax revenue, and be able to self-fund for the research downstream. That seems much better plan to me than the current strategy of just keep on issuing US treasuries and go more and more and more in debt. Harvard can't take a 2 or 3 or 4 year wait on grants from the United States government. They are looking at the abyss of a $6 billion loss.
One other thing, in reading the DHS, Department of Homeland Security statement about Harvard, there is a line that struck me. Let this serve as a warning. They're talking about their actions against Harvard. Let this serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country. I wonder if you agree with that statement, that this episode is in fact a warning to all universities across the country.
Well, they said it, and I have to believe it. And I've repeated it myself. And that is how it's understood by the other leaders of other universities that I've spoken to. It is a warning. They see this as a message that if you don't comply with what we're demanding, these will be the consequences.
If you were going to make a warning to other universities, how would you phrase it?
I would say that we need to be firm in our commitments to what we stand for. And what we stand for, I believe I speak for other universities, is education, pursuit of the truth, helping to educate people for better futures, our own students, and hopefully our own students, after they graduate from our institutions, go out and serve the world. In the end, we're about producing and disseminating knowledge.
And then why is it that they're producing so many ultra woke politicians? Why are they producing people that are trying to make the society a living hell, a dystopia, a CCP, Bernie Sanders dystopia? Oh, by the way, they still want to kill the baby in the womb. They want to demonize God, country, and family. Most of these students don't have an affinity for religion. They're putting up a Palestinian flag in the place of where the United States flag flies. All right. And then they demonize family creation, the family unit, with their ultra woke gender dysphoria hellscape.
And serving our nation and our world. When we fail in that.
Well, the thing is, just look at Mayor Wu of Boston. A product of Harvard. I'm telling you, the conservatives within the community need to push back. That's the only way to save Harvard. It's the conservatives, not the woke, not the ones that are doing infomercials on NPR, and not the ones that are sticking to the script that a lawyer gave them.
Then we can expect to be attacked. So number one, I think we all need to redouble our commitment to the good of the nation and the world. And I know my fellow leaders fully embrace that.
Mr. President, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's amazing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost. This has 68 nutrients, and what this will do is boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight. You're going to start noticing the differences once you start taking this within 72 hours. There's a big scooper. Take a scoop a day, either for breakfast or lunch. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or even a smoothie, but take it every day. And this is your replacement for your breakfast or your lunch. But only take it once a day. You're going to lose weight safely. You're going to get the nutrients you need. It's going to target your heart and your vascular system and improve that. It's also going to improve your brain function. You're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to have better memory. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to have better sleep. And it's going to help with building up musculature. Very important. So please take the Boomer Boost every day. Now, you can take it separately or you can stack it with the Boomer Boost, and that's the Gladiator Barley. I take Gladiator Barley, and it's a high-density protein. It's a scooper. Take a full scoop a day or even a half a scoop. It'll help to build strength, do resistance training, detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. Now, by bringing down inflammation, you're going to recover quicker after your workout. It'll also help to boost up your immune system. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your vascular system and reducing plaque formation. That's really important. And by reducing inflammation, you're helping your joints so you don't have that arthritis. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your neurons, because chronic inflammation at the neural level destroys the myelin sheath. And when you have problems with the health of your myelin sheath for your neuron, you don't think properly. You think slower, you move slower, and you eventually have neural death. So please make sure that you follow my advice and take the Gladiator Barley and stay healthy. Do some resistance training. You get the max benefits when you stack it with the Boomer Boost, and it'll help to control your A1C levels. For the ones that don't know, that's to help control your blood glucose. Take C60. C60, you can get in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper per ounce if you purchase the higher ounce configuration. You can get an extra virgin olive oil. You can get an extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. I've been taking this since late 2016, every day. All right. And it's going to soak up free radicals. And by soaking up free radicals, you're going to help with the health of your mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. That means that your cell's going to perform better. You're reducing the stress on your cell, so your tissues perform better. You're going to notice that your endocrine system is performing better. Your immune system is performing better. Your brain function is performing better. And by soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing oxidized LDL. When you reduce oxidized LDL, guess what? You're reducing the chance of plaque formation. So by taking C60, you're slowing down the aging process and soaking up those free radicals. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the C60 Take a teaspoon a day on an empty stomach for best absorption. It's going to soak up those free radicals. Again, you can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. The C60 has to be in an oil for absorption, for proper absorption. Very important because it's lipid soluble. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the end of my broadcast. We've been going on for over 5 hours. So the market right now for the S&P 500 is trading at 5,913 with a VIX index of 18.84. So we are a little bit down for the day. It's about 8 points down, but it's been relatively stable. So thank you for listening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. See you on the next broadcast.